I'd like to give you a little introduction to this film that you're about to look at. I've written a few books, and I really thought that the next project I do has to be a visual project, because I travel around the world. I see people that are doing these practices from the books who have never worked with me before, or any of the other senior teachers, and I can identify the exercises, but there's no soul, there's no spirit to them. They're very technical. And I got concerned that, well, maybe that's how the book is presenting this, and so I really wanted to show how these things are in life. And so you'll get to see that. And the way we've constructed this film is that there are different tracks. There's a menu, and you can choose whichever track you want. One track shows this introduction that I'm doing, and another track shows the senior teachers of action theater. These are people that live around the planet. They've been training with me, most of them for at least 15 years, and they teach action theater in the areas that they live in, the continents they live on, and a good many of them travel around and teach as well and do performances. They're all performers. I chose 29, 30 exercises that I think are the most essential practices, although I've left out many, many more, because how many can you put on a film? And just so that you get a sense of what these practices look like in the flesh. So I'm hoping that will be helpful. And then there's another track that you can look at, which has the exact same people doing the exact same exercises. It's just that now my voice is going on simultaneously, and I'm talking about them as I'm seeing them with you, analyzing them, theorizing about them, anecdotes, the whole thing. I'm just rapping while these people are doing the exercises. Then a third track is these very same people, and maybe a few others, that are all senior teachers. And you see them in a performance. They come to Santa Fe every year or two. We have sort of a convene, and we practice for a couple of weeks together, and I share with them what I've been up to for the year since we last were together, and they share with me. And then we put on a little show here in Santa Fe. It's very informal, and everybody gets to practice what we've been examining in the prior 2 weeks. And the performance that you're about to see on this film that they did were improvisations. They didn't know who was going to be doing what until right before the show. I came in with basically the menu, and it said who would be doing what and with whom and what the order of the show would be. But I want to tell you that the 2 weeks that we were together before the show, as we were practicing, the line that we kept practicing was don't put butter on the butter. In other words, how do you know when you're doing an improvisation, when you're pressing on the accelerator too hard, or when you're letting the improvisation be just what it wants to be? That, of course, takes an awful lot of practice. So this performance that they did, I was really pleased with seeing the payoff of our 10-day or 2-week practice of really trying to stay calm, stay with what was going on, etc.
It's so fierce.
The exercises that I've chosen for this film are, as I said, the most basic and essential exercises. You'll also see towards the end of that particular exercise track 5 what we call open scores. Some are in trios, some, I think there's one quintet in there. There's a difference between exercises and scores. Some of the practices are exercises. An exercise really narrows the scope of what we're doing, makes it a very, very small little skill that we're practicing so that we can get good at it, like we're just focusing on timing, or we're focusing on space, or we're focusing on listening, or we're focusing on being able to speak while we're also listening to our partner and pulling words from our partner. Just tiny little skills. That's what exercises do. And the way I've found these exercises was because I've either examined my experience as an improvising performer for the past 35 years, and I've been examining my students in performance, and then I see what they're doing, and then I deconstructed it and made all these little practices and exercises. And then some exercises combine a few skills. And then we jump to scores. And a score, we call them open scores, in that there's nothing that defines them. Sometimes we might say, let's do a silent score with no narrative whatsoever, a movement score, or we'll say, let's do a vocal score. No words, no movement, just a vocal score. And then sometimes we'll do a totally open score, which is that anything can happen. Movement, sound, and movement, narrative. And all the practices that we've been doing, especially these people who've been practicing for so many years, they don't have to think about what they're doing anymore, as I don't. I've never done. I mean, sometimes I'll step into class and try to do an exercise, and I'm terrible at them because I've never done these myself. I've only found them. You know, I find myself doing them. It just becomes second nature with practice. You just learn, the instrument. Like if you're a pianist, you don't think about, you know, how the notes are following or what your fingers are supposed to be doing or what your posture's like. At some point you give all that up, and it's the same with this. You give it all up and you're just in the dream world. And you've got the language to navigate through this dream world, which every improvisation is. It's a dream. I think it might even come from the same kind of an imagination that dreams come from. Except you've got other live beings in it too, also in their dreams, and so all these people are collaborating on these dreamscapes that get created. In the beginning it's so chaotic. It's like, how do I know what to do? Everything is possible. How do I, you know, it's too much. It's overload. But I began to see channels that move us through the landscape of the imagination. And then I've created these practices that line up with these channels as I experience them. There are other people that teach improvisation, obviously very differently, but all I can do is what I do and what I know. I don't ever teach anything or create any exercises that are because they're good ideas or because I've heard about them. Everything is from my own practice and from my own experience. And that's what I encourage other teachers to do, to really have the teaching experience be as fresh as the performing experience, that it's all an improvisation, like daily life. Okay, would everybody find a place to stand? Or let's maximize this space.
So this idea of warm-up has obviously been fascinating me for 50 years. I mean, there have been times when I've done shows with no warm-up, absolutely nothing. There are times when I warm up for an hour and a half before a show. There are times when I've worked intimately with somebody like Bobby Ernst in California, who worked intimately together for 30 years. I mean, he and I did a midnight show in San Francisco at the Eureka Theater, and we couldn't warm up because there was another play going on in the theater before us, so we went to a bar in the neighborhood and had a drink and went on stage.
Belly
so
is relaxed. Shoulders.
It depends on what kind of, when you walk into a studio, you gotta check in with yourself and see, what do you feel like doing? Not what you think you should be doing, but what do you feel like doing? So that right away you're in this mind of feeling your way through life rather than thinking your way through it, because an improvisation has to be felt through, not thought through. So this is an example of a warm-up. When I'm on the road and I'm teaching a group of people that I don't know, I'll often start, you know,
breathe in through your nose.
Sometimes I'll just start with something very active, like walk in the room and make shapes. And, you know, because there's a lot of anxious energy the first day of a 2 or 3 week workshop. People don't know each other, they're scared, they're excited, everything's going on. So there's a lot of energy, and so I want to skim that off so that we can get down into this place that you're seeing these folks in right now.
As if you are the car, you are the ride.
So part of this practice is to get the mind quiet.
And then there's an out.
sort of practicing that, just that open screen, so that there is an availability for the world to come to you. As long as I've got mental activity going on, my doors are shut, and as much as the world is going to be knocking on it, my doors are not opening because I've got too much going on already inside my head. So sometimes we'll spend a few minutes at the beginning of class just getting ourselves quiet. And I always recommend to students that they find some other practice, because you can't always go in the studio every day of your life, especially if you've got a job and da-da-da. But that you find some other way in your life, even if it's just sitting up in bed for 15 minutes when you wake up in the morning or before you go to sleep at night. And moving into the space that I'm talking about right here, this empty space between the breath, which is not to say that we're asleep there. We hear, we see, we feel, we taste, you know, everything's, all the sensory system is active, but the conceptual system is at rest.
It's not separate from
And then from this place, all improvisations arise. And every aspect within every improvisation arises. So wouldn't it be great if we could get crazy wild in an improvisation and also be resting simultaneously in this space? And that's the master. In any practice, whether it be a musician or a painter or a physical performer or whatever, the mastery doesn't happen until the entire container is tuned. In other words, that the quiet space is coexisting with the active space. So you can see by watching some of these performers that they're 100%, you can tell when you look at somebody whether they're 100% saturated
Start to bring a little voice sound up
by what they're doing, or whether they've got some disturbances going on in their mind, some distractions, some analysis, some judgments, or whether they're complete with what they're doing. It's a beautiful thing.
However you interpret that. So detail has to do with all the bones. All the bones. There are lots. How many bones are there? All those bones, not just
So these poor folks have to listen to me talking while they're like juicing up on this gorgeous stuff that they're doing. So, but they've all worked with me for so many years that, you know, I'm just kind of this dull voice in the background that it's there. Hopefully they're subconscious more than they're conscious. But with newer students, yeah, I mean, I'm standing over on the sidelines all the time, suggesting this, suggesting that, and they come out to hear what I'm saying, to evaluate what I'm saying, to figure out what I'm saying, to try to do what I'm saying. So, you know, I always say to new students, look, I'm not expecting enlightenment for a few years here. This is work. You know, you're learning skills. You're sitting at the piano here and practicing scales, and you're not good at it yet. You don't know how to get your fingers even in the right configuration. That's going to take 2 years. So the thing is to have a lot of kindness and patience and appreciation for oneself as they redesign their entire system.
Right now, detail.
So this is an example of just a warm-up. If I do a 5-month training, which I used to do in the past, every day was a different warm-up. You know, I see some people coming into the theaters when I'm performing, and every time they come in, they do the exact same warm-up. Well, that could work for them. You know, I don't know. It's just that that's not ever what I've done. I always sense where I am and what I feel like, and do I have a lot of energy that I want to smooth out, or am I feeling really calm? And it's not like I don't want to be calm. I don't want to get all hyped up. If I'm feeling calm, I'm interested in being calm. So then I'll just be calm and go with the that very smooth bed that I'm sleeping in, and then see what kind of dreams come out of
Bouncing it
that.
up. Give it space and freedom. Add a little bit of voice to your breath. Eyes are active.
So as soon as we add the voice, as soon as we come into that voice, we shift in our brain, actually. It's a different part that becomes fired. It's very much the animal, very much the more primitive parts of the neuro system. And it does pull up feelings. You can see the difference right now in this group. How all of a sudden there's
Start paying attention to
more of a lusciousness that's happening with each
As
person.
you're still following your own sensory experience. Don't give it up.
Okay, so that takes a little talent right there. Like how do you stay really, well, she's saying it as well as I could say it right now.
Each other.
It's not an easy thing to stay on your own track, following your bliss, as we've heard, and also letting the other members of the ensemble, letting their information come in at the same time without diminishing or thinning my relationship to what I'm doing,
Changing
but
location.
holding it all in a very balanced way. I keep reminding them, changing location, because I was feeling something very static here. Of course, the camera here is defining this small space that they all have to be in. But still, there is always this tendency to kind of stay
Right now, saturate more with it.
in one spot.
More in, more detail, more action.
Saturation is like dropping some dye into a glass of water. And the more saturated that water gets, the truer the color becomes. And that's what I'm asking for here, truer colors. So there's no resistance, there's no hesitation.
Okay, bring it to a close. Okay, would everybody find a place to stand? Or let's maximize this space that we have here. Okay, face a direction of choice. Eyes are open. With a soft focus. And scan your body and let go of any tension that you're experiencing. From the toes through the feet, up the legs, the front and the back, the buttocks, the knees. The spine is relaxed. The belly is relaxed. Shoulders, fingers, back of the neck, scalp. See if you can relax not only the scalp, but see if you can spread apart the bones of the skull. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. As if your breath were a car that you're riding in, sit yourself right in the middle of it. as if you are the car, you are the ride. So there's an in, and then there's an out, and then there's a space. Then there's an in, and an out, and a space. So that space we call the space between the breaths. And that space is an always space, no matter what's going on. Whether breathing is going on, whether speaking is going on, whether activity is going on, that space that you can acknowledge right at this moment between the breaths Now you can clutter that space with thoughts, or you can just be in it, be of it. It's not separate from you. So let's bring some movement up into this. So either on the in-breath or the out-breath or both, add movement. The space between the breaths, no movement. Start to bring a little voice sound up into that breath. Not voice, just air sound. And let's detail the movement. However you interpret that. So detail has to do with all the bones. All the bones. There are lots. How many bones are there? All those bones, not just the hand bones, not just the feet bones, the spine bones, the joints, the neck bones, the jaw bones, the scalp bones. Now start playing with the rhythm of the breath. Still there's action on the breath, the out breath or the in breath. And have changing location be part of your vocabulary. Don't stay in one spot. Have it be about traveling. So make the most of this space that we've got. Right now, detail it. So as you're playing with this movement, whatever feeling states arise, whatever moods, whatever spirits, this body triggers or sparks, let that happen, and you're playing with the breath, physical action, detail, changing location, speeds, changing speeds. So let the play happen rather than you choreographing it, boxing it up. Give it space and freedom. Add a little bit of voice to your breath. Eyes are active. Start paying attention to each other as you're still following your own sensory experience. Don't give it up for nothing. So you're engaged in the how you're doing whatever you're doing as you're reading each other, feeling each other. Little bit of voice on that breath. Changing location, changing levels. Changing location. Whatever is going on with right now, saturate more with it. Bring it more in, more detail, more action. Whether the action is gross or subtle, keep it in the action. Okay, bring it to a close. Okay. Cassie, first do the exercise called I, it, which means I, meaning not E-Y-E, that I. And so the way it goes is that as you're moving, your eyes will go in the same direction as the movement, okay? And then at some point, I will side coach you and ask you for your eyes to go in opposite directions, okay? And then at some point, you can do either or, and we'll take it from there, okay? So take your time, start easy.
Well, I've gotten very interested in the eyes. I don't think I'm doing any workshops anywhere, anytime, without spending a good bit of class time in these kinds of very simple eye activity. And it's not that I'm looking for the kind of performing where there's all this eye monkey business going on, but so much of of what I see my students doing is with fixed eyes. And the eyes aren't experienced as another voice that not only speaks directly from the imagination, but also sort of triggers or stimulates the imagination. That moving the eyes alone can inspire certain feelings, certain emotions, certain states. So these practices are just loosening up. It's almost like loosening the connective tissue that's been fossilized for however many years we've been alive past maybe the age of 3, when things started following the rules of our culture, which is you don't move your eyes a whole lot.
Whatever you want.
Moving the eyes is very exposing, and often when students start practicing this, they do feel very much more naked when their eyes are engaged. It's as if their brain is now on the outside of their head, and we can see what's really going on inside of their experience, and so can they.
Great. Okay. That's it. That was better than in the yurt, actually, because you're tired. Tired is good. Cassie, first do the exercise called I-it, which means I, meaning not E-Y-E, that I. And so the way it goes is that as you're moving, your eyes will go in the same direction as the movement, okay? And then at some point, I will side coach you and ask you for your eyes to go in opposite directions, okay? And then at some point, you can do either or, and we'll take it from there, okay? So take your time, start easy. Keep it fairly neutral so there's no emotion or mood. It's kinetic. Now have your eyes go in opposite direction to whatever part of your body you feel is the dominant part. And now go back and forth between going with or going in opposition, whatever you want. Okay, bring it to a close. Great. Okay. That's it. That was better than in the yurt, actually, because you're tired. Tired is good. Okay, this is touch of human. And the way it proceeds is you're interrupting each other with contrasting frames, shifting into contrasting frames, either movement frames, sound and movement frames, physical narrative frames. When you get interrupted,
Well, there can be frames
pause
that are
the moment that you notice the other person's
only vocal, but still the body is,
3 steps to it. Notice them.
even though it may not be moving, it's still engaged. It's still energetically congruent with whatever is inspiring that sound. And of course, same with narrative. There can be narrative coming from a still body, no question about it. But again, the posture, the energy, the experiencing of the body is ongoing, even though it's paused.
You know, way out of reach as far as how your imagination wants to respond to their contents. You've got a really broad field to go from. Okay, so put yourself someplace to begin.
This idea of notice, experience, respond, I was so happy when it came to mind. Because, you know, I keep, for all these years that I've been living in this improvisational world, in the beginning, it was all about games and being clever and quick. And then I guess in the past maybe 8 years, I've really started unraveling it, or unpacking it, as they're currently saying politically right now. What's really going on with us underneath all this activity?
Attention to detail is renowned
And
woodsmiths.
by watching students, especially these people, and also all the people that I work with during the year, often I find what's not feeling, when I'm sitting there watching in the class, if I'm feeling uncomfortable with what I'm witnessing, then at this point I know that something is lacking, something is not true with the people that are out there improvising. And what I discovered was that I need to see them noticing each other. I need to see them, I need to feel them feeling each other. And I think that that's a way we as animals communicate, that's pre-verbal, that we feel each other feeling. That's really what I'm most interested in, for human to human, me being human, them being human, is that we're moving together through this territory of human feeling. And so separating this little moment and making it clear, your partner makes a change, you notice it, you experience it, you respond to it. Now, I know that we do that all the time. We walk down the street, we see somebody walking to us, we notice it, we experience it, we respond to it. But culturally, we're taught not to show any of that. It'd be too chaotic. It's a good thing that we don't. But in this particular world, we do want to show it. And we're not showing it for the sake of showing it, but since the job of the action theater improviser is to share with their partner and their audience their moment-to-moment experiencing, if my experiencing is noticing my partner, and my experiencing is experiencing what my partner's doing, then that's what I've got to share with the audience. So we isolate in trainings. We isolate. I mean, you're not getting the benefit of all these little things that we do in longer trainings. But we isolate. For instance, one partner will just stand neutral, and the other partner is going through all different kinds of physical frames and verbal frames. The partner who's standing in neutral, through their eyes, through subtle expression on the face, we're reading them, and we're reading how they're experiencing their partner, even though they're not in action. So we do that practice a lot. Then, of course, this is a much more sophisticated version because they're both active and everything's going on at once. So right there, Heather could insert little mini moments of her noticing what Cassie's doing. Otherwise, we didn't see that.
Can't get really overly worked up. Things happen and things fall apart. That's how it is.
Now we see Heather responding to Cassie through her eyes.
I think the better we'll get along.
I know.
I think things happen and
You're
things
blaming me.
Things aren't necessarily
Blame is
everyone's
on-
fault.
I can feel it. I'm being blamed. I have got the whole...
So these gals right now, because of the nature of this exercise, are really passing through these different frames very quickly, because what they're showing is what happens between the frames. But as you'll see later on in this film, when they're doing open improvisations, they really stay with frames longer and scenes longer and relationships longer. Okay, this is Touch of Human.
And the way it proceeds is you're interrupting each other with contrasting frames, shifting into contrasting frames, either movement frames, sound and movement frames, physical narrative frames. When you get interrupted, you pause wherever you were at that moment that you notice the other person's taking action, and you notice them. This has 3 steps to it. You notice them, you experience them. It's the noticing that interrupts your action. In your pause, you're experiencing them, so you're allowing their action and their feeling and their mood to come in so that you're getting it. And then, and you can take as long as you want with that, and then you respond by doing a contrasting frame. And the response can be direct, literal into their content. It can be, you know, way out of reach as far as how your imagination wants to respond to their content. So you've got a really broad field to go from. Okay, so put yourself someplace to begin.
My workmanship is above reproach. I use the best materials, and my attention to detail is renowned among woodsmiths. The wind is coming in through the door. Somebody's left the door open, and the windows are all uncovered. Climb on my back. Climb on my back and get out while you can. Go ahead, use me like a ladder. Get on me now! Step on my back, then onto my shoulders, then you put your feet on my head. Time keeps ticking and ticking and going around. It goes around and around and around, and you can't stop it. Come on. Come over here. I know you want to. Come on. Come over here. I know you want to be next to me in this little blue velvet chair.
Now you can both stay active.
Come on into that chair. Come on. It's okay.
No, all right.
City of people! You're
really sorry, but these things happen. One can't get really overly worked up. Things happen and things fall apart. That's how it is, and the more better used to it you are, then I think the better we'll get along.
I know what this
I think
is.
things happen, and
You're
things
blaming me.
things aren't necessarily
Blame is on
everyone's
me.
fault.
I can feel it. I'm being blamed. I have got that whole book on my... in your... It's my fault. I definitely did it. Whatever it is, I'm to blame. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay, this is pretend to pretend. Cassie, you go from frame to frame, do movement only, no sounds, no words. Well, so as you do a frame, and then you pause at the end of the frame and shift your eyes, and then let that eye shift. There's also a mood that goes with it, as always, in the most perfect world. As the eyes shift, that leads you into the next frame until you want to stop that frame. If it's done, whatever reason, pause at the end of it, the eyes shift, and then the next frame picks up from there. So you don't have to spend a huge amount of time in each frame. It's really about what we're looking at right now, or how the eyes can lead us into different inner territories that can then express through outer activity. Okay?
Well, when I was living in Berkeley, I guess it was in the early 80s. It was when, I guess the funding shifted, and so they closed down a lot of the mental hospitals. And maybe it was because there were these new kinds of drugs that they could put people on. So a lot of people were on the streets in Berkeley that in earlier times wouldn't be. And you know, I could be walking down the street and somebody could be walking towards me on Telegraph Avenue or someplace nearby. And you know, the person would be walking in a very normal kind of gait. Everything would be fine. But there would be something about the eyes that would either make me want to cross the street or be slightly on guard or relax or whatever I chose to do in the situation. But there was something about the eyes that indicated that there was a different kind of reality coming towards me than what I would normally anticipate. So I noticed that when I watch people perform, or even friends, you know, acquaintances, lecturers, any kind of setting, there's some people that hold my attention, hold my imagination, and it's because their eyes are an active part of their experience. It's almost as if they're talking or they're feeling their way through their world, even if they're lecturers. I remember my music lecturer in college was so alive. His eyes were just bursting with his passion for whatever he was talking about, whatever he was playing on the tape deck that day. So, I mean, here Cassie's a perfect example. Her eyes just naturally, you know, she didn't have to do a lot of training on this. Her eyes are exactly where she is. You could put your hand up to the screen right now and turn off her body, and if you could just see her eyes, you would know exactly where Cassie is moment to moment to moment inside of herself.
Okay, this is pretend to pretend. Cassie, you go from frame to frame, do movement only, no sounds, no words. Well, so as you do a frame, and then you pause at the end of the frame and shift your eyes, and then let that eye shift. There's also a mood that goes with it, as always, in the most perfect world. As the eyes shift, that leads you into the next frame until you want to stop that frame. If it's done, whatever reason, pause at the end of it, the eyes shift, and then the next frame picks up from there. So you don't have to spend a huge amount of time in each frame. It's really about what we're looking at right now, or how the eyes can lead us into different inner territories that can then express through outer activity. Okay? This practice is called shebang. And it's called shebang because it's really got all the basic elements of the development of content. The first level of content is the embodied level. If I'm in action and I'm moving or sounding or speaking, what is the experience of my body in that level? Not just, I'm not making up any story, I'm not making up any emotions, I'm just engaged in the sensory, vibrational, dynamic, energetic experiencing. Okay, that's my first level of content. So you'll demonstrate that for us. Then I'll say, okay, now open up to the second level of content, which is how does that sensory information, that physical experience stimulate mood or emotion or state of mind? Some of these things can't be named like emotions can be named. So that would be the combining of the sensory into the state of mind, okay? Then at some point I'll say, okay, now move into the third level of content, and that's when a different part of the brain becomes active. How does the physical experience and the mood trigger image, trigger story, trigger memory, trigger any kind of narrative? And we can express that either through movement or sound and movement or language. Language always is an expression of that third level of content. In this practice, we approach that third level of content through 1, 2, 3. In more traditional forms, it's just 3. Okay? So you ready? We'll start with first level of content, which is the embodied level.
So this form of improvisation that we're calling action theater is about content, really. But it's about content coming from an embodied experience. And this little practice that Cassie's doing right now speaks very directly to what is this embodied experience.
There's a congruency between the expression on the face and the sensations of this movement.
So we want Cassie's facial expression right here to be no different than the tension in her body.
Softens, the tension in the face softens. Everything is congruent, including the pressure in the eyes.
In the most perfect world, we can't really separate these things that I'm separating here. We can't say level 1 is sensory, is level 2 is mood or emotion, level 3 is image. It's in the full moment of improvisation, the spontaneous moment, all of those 3 things sort of co-arise at the same time. You can't really separate them out. If you watch a little 2-year-old or a 3-year-old, maybe a 4-year-old, before things start separating out, everything does happen at once. The experience of the body is no different than the expression on the face. That's no different than the sounds coming out of the mouth. It's no different from whatever images, if language is happening. But here we're separating them out for our practice, for practice value.
As the body changes, the mood changes.
So that as we get down the road and we focus more and more on content, we focus more and more on language, we focus more and more on narrative and image, we don't lose the pathway, which is coming from the sensory experience of the body. That's not the whole story, but it's the opening chapter. The mood is congruent with that, and then the images are congruent with that. So often we see performers jumping just to the third level, which is where their improvisation or their script, whatever it is they're working on, is content driven. And there's nothing magical about it. It's what we already know. But as soon as we bring our embodied experience into it, nature takes over. Nature has a larger voice in this moment, because the body is an expression of nature.
Keep going as I talk to you. When you're ready, move into level 3 with language.
So here's Cassie in a sensory experience, in a mood, jumping across her brain, and then the images come forward.
Red,
That takes practice.
which is nice.
We're patterned, we're programmed not to do that. We're programmed to keep everything quite separate in this practice.
So we have level 1 where the body, the experience of the body, keep talking while I'm talking. The experience of the body is informing this action. We have the mood, which is responding to the experience of the body. And then we have the images and the narrative.
I remember taking some acting classes way back, really way, way, way back. And I couldn't bring it into my experience because it was just moving right to level 3 with some kind of an emotional identification. And I couldn't find a way to get there without the experiencing, the physical experience. Not that my body has to be moving, it doesn't. I can be sitting perfectly still in a chair. But that stillness is the reality. The energetic experience of stillness is the reality that then I would be acting from.
This practice is called shebang. And it's called shebang because it's really got all the basic elements of the development of content. The first level of content is the embodied level. If I'm in action and I'm moving or sounding or speaking, what is the experience of my body in that level? I'm not making up any story, I'm not making up any emotions, I'm just engaged in the sensory, vibrational, dynamic, energetic experiencing. Okay, that's my first level of content. So you'll demonstrate that for us. Then I'll say, okay, now open up to the second level of content, which is how does that sensory information, that physical experience stimulate mood or emotion or state of mind? Some of these things can't be named like emotions can be named. So that would be the combining of the sensory into the state of mind, okay? Then at some point I'll say, okay, now move into the third level of content, and that's when a different part of the brain becomes active. How does the physical experience and the mood trigger image, trigger story, trigger memory, trigger any kind of narrative? And we can express that either through movement or sound and movement or language. Language always is an expression of that third level of content. In this practice, we approach that third level of content through 1, 2, 3. In more traditional forms, it's just 3. Okay? So you ready? We'll start with first level of content, which is the embodied level. Keep going as I talk to you. So the expression on the face, there's a congruency between the expression on the face and the sensations of this movement. If the movement is abrupt, the tension in the face mounts. If the movement softens, the tension in the face softens. Everything is congruent, including the pressure in the eyes. Now soften it and see what happens. Let's bring it into some other parts of the body as well. Keep it soft. Okay, now let's open yourself up to the level 2, which is the mood that's congruent with this body experience. And as the body changes, the mood changes. As the mood changes the body, we really can't separate them. They're informing each other. I'll bring a little voice into that, Cassie. No words, just voice. Let the mood and the body change. Keep going as I talk to you. When you're ready, move into level 3 with language.
Oh, it's almost perfect, but not exactly up to my specifications. It's red, which is nice, but a little bright, hard on the eyes. Otherwise,
Keep going as I talk to you.
the trees.
So we have level 1 where the body, the experience of the body, keep talking while I'm talking. The experience of the body is informing this action.
But
We
the
have the mood, which is responding to the experience of the body. And then we have the images and the narrative and the language, which is level 3.
should
Keep
be
going.
cut because they don't fit. They don't fit. Even though I love them more than I can even say, more than I can convey. Even though I'm constantly writing little poems about them all the time, but still,
Bring it to a close.
in moderation, everything in its place.
Let's demonstrate a sound and movement, just the sound and movement technique. So you'll start with doing sounds and movements absolutely congruent in time. They're together, same energy, same rhythm, same everything. And then at some point I'll say separate them, in which case they never land on the same beat. And then at some point I'll say up to you. And that means you can either have them together or you can have them on
In most of
different
my
beats.
trainings, I work with people who've been trained in dance or people who've been trained in actors, dance performers, theater performers. And invariably, the dance people lead with their body and then they trail this voice behind them as if it's a weight on their back. And with enough practice, of course, it all comes together. The actors tend to do just the opposite. They're easy for them to lead with their voice, but bringing their body into the fray is something that they have to practice. So sometimes it's really useful to be able to put the sound and the movement together. It's not that that's what we always want to do. And have it be so balanced that both the sound, the voice and the physical action are coming from the same source. Neither one nor the other are leading. And you can see this with both Cassie and Heather. Now you're going to see them separating. It's still coming from the same source. It's kind of a coordination deal, like rubbing your tummy and patting your head. But what's essential here is you experience the line of time. Imagine a river. You're standing in a meadow up in the Sierra Mountains or the Alps or someplace by a small stream, and the water is continually running. And you're throwing sounds into it, you're throwing movements into it, but the water is continually moving. It doesn't stop. That's time. So time, the line of time is continually moving, and Cassie is occasionally throwing a sound into that line of time or a physical action into that line of time. Same with Heather. So the sounds and the actions aren't discrete. They're responding to the ongoingness of time. One is seen, heard, felt, experienced only in relation to the other, never as an isolated feature. And if you just take a moment and watch one of them for a few moments, you'll see the musical we'll say musical, the timing, the rhythmic congruency, whether it's a physical action or whether it's a vocal action. Let's demonstrate a sound and movement, just the sound and movement technique. So you'll start with doing sounds and movements absolutely congruent in time. They're together, same energy, same rhythm, same everything. And then at some point I'll say separate them, in which case they never land on the same beat. And then at some point I'll say up to you. And that means you can either have them together or you can have them on different beats any way you want to play with it. Okay? So start standing side by side and just start doing sound and movement where they're congruent in time. Separate them. Up to you. Either one or the other. Stop right there. Okay, Sten, you're going to direct Cassie in a shifts-only practice. And so you get to say shift whenever you want. And whenever Sten says shift, you shift frames. You can shift into movement frames, sound and movement frames, physical narrative frames, but no transforming. Mm-hmm. If you see that Cassie's sort of omitting an area, then you can be specific and you can say shift to movement or shift to sound and movement, shift to physical narrative. Okay? That's it. Shift. This is an exercise that you hate before you love, if ever you get to love. Because we don't want to be told when to shift and when not to shift, and then what do we do when we're told to shift, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What's the point of frames? Here Cassie is moving from frame to frame to frame. She's being told to shift whether she's ready to or not. I've noticed with students that some students love to shift as often as possible, constantly changing what they're doing. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit of other. Students will stay with things until there's not a spark of life in them. And other people are constantly transforming. There's this, and then that becomes this, and then that becomes this, and that becomes this. So with this particularly, there are exercises that address each one of those. We turn them into practices so that we get skillful at changing when we want to change, staying with something when the improvisation is requesting it, transforming something when the improvisation is requesting it. The improvisation with practice, the improvisation is making all the requests. We're just kind of being led around by our noses, The improvisation is leading us around. But until we get to that point, we do all these little practices, this being one. So this is, because Sten is the director here, Cassie has to dive into the next thing without any pre-thought. She has no time to work it out. She has no time to figure out what this means that I'm doing right now. Right away, she has to know where she is. As soon as Sten says shift, she's going with both mood and body immediately.
Fine! Finely woven rugs! That's what I love! And hardwood floors! And lamps that bring light! And open space! And cattle! And
Both her physical action here and her verbal action here are both congruent in time.
Open sky and hard steps.
She's moving when it's like a sound and movement exercise. She's talking when she moves. She's moving when she's talking.
Rain. Lots of it. Pouring down. I can't get enough of it. And sunsets.
So when Sten said shift right there, you could feel Cassie's mood changing. She didn't rush. She took the time that she needed. And she found herself in this odd, quirky little place that had she been led by content, she wouldn't have found, because how do you talk about something like this? And yet, it resonates. It's a human condition. She's connected to it, obviously. But how could you talk about it? How could you put this in a script and say, okay, do this? Only the body finds these kinds of magical situations. The body and the feeling imagination combined find these things. It can't be through idea.
Then so
So there are these states of mind that we can get into that we cannot name. The emotions we can name, happy, sad, angry, they're, hundreds of words. Some languages have more words, some languages have less. But these states that we're going into don't always have names, and we still own them. We still honor them. They're part of the human condition. Okay, Sten, you're going to direct Cassie in a shifts-only practice. And so you get to say shift whenever you want. And whenever Sten says shift, you shift frames. You can shift into movement frames, sound and movement frames, physical narrative frames, but no transforming. Mm-hmm. If you see that Cassie's sort of omitting an area, then you can be specific and you can say shift to movement or shift to sound and movement, shift to physical narrative. Okay? That's it. Shift.
I was on my way, and then this huge car was in front of me, and I couldn't get over it. I couldn't get around it. I was trying to get where I was going, and it was so in front of me that I couldn't get through it. It was there. It was, and it was huge. This car, this immense.
Shift. Shift.
now.
Shift.
Fine, finely woven rugs. That's what I love. And hardwood floors, and lamps that bring light, and open space, and cattle, and horses, and cowboys, and open sky, and hard steps leading up to the mountain. And I love more than anything rain. Lots of it, pouring down. I can't get enough of it. And sunsets.
Shift. Shift.
I've been so...
Empty vessel. Sabina is going to be the empty vessel, and the three of you are going to sequentially, but not in order, introduce frames to Sabina, either movement frames, sound and movement frames, physical narrative frames. Sabina will step into your frame with you. It's not a mirroring exactly, it's a joining that world of action and that world of intention and feeling, and okay? And then the two of you play together in that frame, collaborating on it. It's not follow the leader. Once the empty vessel steps into it, it's really collaboration within the boundaries of that frame. Until another of the other standbys introduce another frame to Sabina, okay? And she picks up that inner reality as well as the action of it. So the frames are movement, sound and movement, physical narrative, and you're drawing from all kinds of human ranges, human experience for these things. You've got a certain amount of space. Each frame inhabits the space in a different way. So they all have a different physical signature and spatial signature and timing and dynamic. Okay? Okay.
Look, a crab. Oh, there's a crab. Oh, a crab.
So Sabina as empty vessel here is moving from frame to frame, living inside of that frame. And as soon as she sees the next frame coming into her visual psychic field, she moves from one fullness to another, from the fullness of Lorraine to now the fullness of Cassie, so that she's always engaged internally, not just doing what's being offered. once Lorraine introduces a frame, or now Cassie's introducing this frame, Sabina takes it on as her own. So the two of them are in the same frame, but they're each living independently in that frame and collaboratively at the same time. So it's not mirroring, as you can see, but it's playing inside of the same physical, emotional, psychological world. 100%. So what the outsiders are doing before they come in to introduce something is, as they're outside, they're also inside at the same time, as if they are engaged in what they're witnessing, so that when they come in, it's a smooth, there's no glitches, it's a smooth response from one experience to the other without neutralizing to analyze anything. Well, as they're outside, they're also reading the timing of what's going on, the rhythmic patterning of what's going on, the spatial signature, how it travels on the floor or not, the weather condition, the dynamic of it. Is it stormy? Is it cool?
Empty vessel. Sabina is going to be the empty vessel, and the three of you are going to sequentially, but not in order, introduce frames to Sabina, either movement frames, sound and movement frames, physical narrative frames. Sabina will step into your frame with you. It's not a mirroring exactly, it's a joining that world of action and that world of intention and feeling, and okay? And then the two of you play together in that frame, collaborating on it. It's not follow the leader. Once the empty vessel steps into it, it's really collaboration within the boundaries of that frame, until another of the other standbys introduce another frame to Sabina, okay? And she picks up that inner reality as well as the action of it. So the frames are movement, sound and movement, physical narrative, and you're drawing from all kinds of human ranges, human experience for these things. You've got a certain amount of space. Each frame inhabits the space in a different way. So they all have a different physical signature and spatial signature and timing and dynamic. Okay? Okay.
Look, a crab. Oh, there's a crab. Oh, a crab.
An old bottle cap.
No. Such trees, such ocean, water.
Help me.
Help me. I need some kind of vehicle. I need a... This way, quickly. Yeah, over here. Yeah, got it. Yeah, got it.
This is called it responds, and it's very similar to the empty vessel practice that you've been doing, except this time, instead of the empty vessel stepping into the frame that's introduced to them, they respond to that frame by doing something different. Even though the content is in response, not necessarily literal, the form is very different. Also, the media is different. So if the empty vessel gets a frame introduced to them that's, for example, sound and movement, they can only do either movement or narrative. They can't do sound and movement. So the response and the initiation are in different media, but they are in relation to each other. Direct or indirect. It doesn't always have to be direct. It can be indirect or direct, whatever, you know, your imagination desires. And Heather's going to be the empty vessel. The three of you are going to, at very erratic times, surprise her with different frames. Okay.
This exercise, it responds, is, as you can see, very similar to the empty vessel exercise, except now the empty vessel, instead of joining into the frame, actually does a frame that's in response. So it's set up that, with a lot of rules, that the empty vessel has to do their response in a different form. We don't want two movement frames or two sound and movement frames or two narrative frames in this practice. Of course, in an improvisation, those things happen all the time. But this requests that the responder has less opportunity to be absorbed in the agenda of whatever is being offered to them, and it sort of forces them to look in different directions for their response. Same with the direct and indirect. Of course, there can be a direct, two frames can be directly addressing one another, but we set up these rules so that the empty vessel has to keep their world separate and yet responsive. And watching Heather do this right now, there's no hesitation. She reads very quickly, so it depends on that, how quickly you can read what's being offered. Not only you're reading the content, the emotion, but also the form. Is it stationary? Is it moving? Is it traveling? Because you have to do something different. I mean, we practice contrast until we're blue in the face.
Sisters, each died.
Why? Well, because number one, it's kind of interesting. You know, it clarifies the images from the audience's point of view. We see the difference between that and that right now, between Sten lying flat on the floor, Heather sitting different level. Different content here between Sten and Heather. Immediately we saw Heather listening to Cassie, accepting her content, and then, in her inimitable way, we look at different ways of responding. So you can respond to an action either very directly, in that you're accepting the content of that action, and the content that you're delivering isn't changing the meaning of the content at all. It's just delivering a different form, but within the same story. Or you can respond in a way that adds another dimension to the scene. Let's see if this is one of those.
She gave me everything. That's why. Because she gave me her whole history wrapped up.
Well, no, this is yet another, what Heather just did with Cassie's offering was that Heather reframed Cassie's frame. In other words, she gave it by her narrative. She gave Cassie's frame a particular meaning, whereas Cassie's frame was kind of generalized, and lots of different responses could have changed the meaning on that frame. here she's doing the second one that I mentioned, where she's adding a dimension. She's not changing the meaning or messing with the meaning at all. So we practice these a lot. We practice how do we respond, because it seems to be with students a very challenging thing to do, is to respond with something very different that affects the content of the scene, either by complementing it or by changing it. This is called It Responds, and it's very similar to the empty vessel practice that you've been doing, except this time, instead of the empty vessel stepping into the frame that's introduced to them, they respond to that frame by doing something different. Even though the content is in response, not necessarily literal, the form is very different. Also, the media is different. So if the empty vessel gets a frame introduced to them that's, for example, sound and movement, they can only do either movement or narrative. They can't do sound and movement. So the response and the initiation are in different media, but they are in relation to each other. Direct or indirect. It doesn't always have to be direct. It can be indirect or direct, whatever, you know, your imagination desires. And Heather's going to be the empty vessel. The three of you are going to, at very erratic times, surprise her with different frames. Okay.
Why? Why suffer? Why? Why take your heart and put it on this platter?
Fire! There's a fire! Watch out, there's a fire in the house! All the kids are gonna get burned!
I love you. No matter where you go, I love you.
Keep it very safe, my box. I need it to be kept extremely safe, in a safe place. I need it to...
Chances I gave you. I gave you 75 chances.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, I gotta start over. 8, 9.
I lived in a house under a baobab tree. I had 7 sisters. Each died before they reached the age of 20.
Very dangerous to invite the devil into your house. Wouldn't you agree? One must.
I gotta tell you, I need to get this off my chest. I've got a little bit of time left on Earth, and I'd like to spend it in
Over here! Over here! Over here now! Sick of you kids screwing around the house like this. It's gotta change. This behavior's gotta change.
Because she gave me everything. That's why. Because she gave me her whole history wrapped up in a
This is reframing. And the way we'll play it, there are many different ways to play it. Often it's done in duet, it's done in just open improvisations where somebody's engaged in an activity, and by what the accompanying person does, it can change the meaning of that original activity. So we're going to focus just on changing the meaning of an original activity. And the way we'll set it up is that one of you will start with a frame. It can be a physical frame, a sound and movement frame, a physical narrative frame. And you continue doing that frame. Somebody else will come in and add a second frame to the picture. Okay? Then we get to see how those two frames, the composite of those two frames, create the meaning of the scene. Those two people play together for a few beats until another person comes in and adds a frame to what the second person had done. The first person exits. So you create a round-robin situation, each person reframing the frame that was introduced right before them. Okay? Movement, sound and movement, physical narrative. Okay?
It's just that I'm not feeling well. It's not that I don't want to go. I really would like to go. I would like to see everyone. I would like to see what they look like. You know, it's been so
often
long.
when we're in an improvisation where we really get snagged is how to respond to a partner. A partner does something, introduces some kind of material or frame, as we're calling them. What do we do? So we have some choices. We can either join them, which we're seeing in some of these improvisations, or we can do something different. And so here we're focusing on a particular way of doing something different. We can do something different by just adding another dimension into their scene, but we're not changing the meaning of their action. Or we can do something different by adding a very direct element. For instance, in this scene with Sten on the floor, I could go behind him and give him something to lean on. So I'm not changing his content at all. I'm just supporting him in it. Here we're working on reframing, which is actually changing the meaning of the original frame. So it really, this particular practice really stimulates the imagination because we're forcing ourselves to see an action through a broader lens. So we're practicing interpreting what is really basically an empty action. An action only has meaning when we assign it. So we're seeing an action and we're saying, okay, that can mean this, that can mean that, that can mean this, that can mean that, depending upon what I do with it. And so here's an example. Heather's just crawling along the floor. Cassie's got infinite choices. She's turning it into some very difficult obstacle that she is intent upon getting over. And you can imagine somebody else coming and doing something else with both others. Okay, here's Linda. So what Linda's doing is she's not really reframing Cassie. She's really opposing it. She's just offering an opposite meaning to it. Sten, okay, that went too fast, a little bit too fast.
I think my love life is going well. It's not what I would wish it to be, but...
Okay, Cassie's narrative is giving meaning
It's exciting.
to Heather's actions. So here I'm coming in to clean it up a little bit. The primary person, don't weaken your position. Okay, don't waver. Stay where you are. If you're in a world, for instance, and that secondary comes in, don't come out of your world. Just stay.
let's say that the secondary is depending on you to stay where you are. They're building off of exactly what you're doing. So if you start messing around, they're going to be messed up. It's not going to make any sense. Okay? Are you all right with this? Okay, let's start it again.
I'm always in doubt as to what will happen to me. What will happen when I die? Always.
It's very challenging to change, to reframe a narrative. You can give it a context, which is kind of what Sten is doing. He's sort of taking her narrative and beating something, which is sort of what she's talking about. She's beating herself up, and he's illustrating that. So it's not really changing the meaning of her frame. Okay, Cassie's giving context to Sten's frame here. She's trying to get his attention, as if he's a workman, or we can place him anywhere we want. Because he's not paying any attention to her, it's clear that he's in his own world.
I've never needed structure. I've never needed the kind of heavy hand that I'm feeling now. Right now,
okay, so this is a good example of reframing. Because what Heather's saying, she's telling us what Cassie's movement meant. Before that, it was fairly abstract.
I was looking for something completely different. When I entered this room and I sat down with you people, I thought we were going to bargain. I thought we were going to bargain, we were going to talk like adults. Not some kind of heavy-handed, I'm going to tell you what to do, and then I'm supposed to feel scared.
We're getting an idea of who Heather is.
I don't need that kind of
She's so intent on her content that she can't even notice when somebody's kissing her feet.
Be careful of
Okay,
my
I don't
papers.
quite get that one, but let's see what Cassie's going to do
They're very
with Linda
historic and shouldn't be put in the wrong place. That's A and that's Z. Don't get them misfiled.
That's a fabulous reframing.
Am I making you nervous? Oh, I'll try to stand at a distance, but that's my novel. Oh, that's my new novel, and that's my.
By
That's
creating a context for
up.
Linda, she's given Linda's actions meaning.
That's my stack of Dostoevsky. And that's my geographical atlas and maps of foreign places. Don't touch it.
Okay, that's not quite reframing the action. Let's see what Sten does here. Well, he's certainly adding a dimension.
We're in 1938. The bombs fall. People wait to live and wait to die. It all comes down in one fell swoop. Rain.
Okay, so this works for me because of what Linda's doing, sort of giving Sten the role of ignoring what's happening around him, which certainly does happen in times like that.
Come over the horizon, and they put their
Okay, this works for me also. This is like a family scene, isn't it? That's a hard one.
This is reframing. And the way we'll play it, there are many different ways to play it. Often it's done in duet, it's done in just open improvisations where somebody's engaged in an activity, and by what the accompanying person does, it can change the meaning of that original activity. So we're going to focus just on changing the meaning of an original activity. And the way we'll set it up is that one of you will start with a frame, It can be a physical frame, a sound and movement frame, a physical narrative frame. And you continue doing that frame. Somebody else will come in and add a second frame to the picture. Okay? Then we get to see how those two frames, the composite of those two frames, create the meaning of the scene. Those two people play together for a few beats until another person comes in and adds a frame to what the second person had done. The first person exits. So you create a round-robin situation, each person reframing the frame that was introduced right before them. Okay? Movement, sound and movement, physical narrative. Okay?
It's just that I'm not feeling well. It's not that I don't want to go. I really would like to go. I would like to see everyone. I would like to see what they look like. You know, it's been so long. It's been at least 15 years, but I'm just not feeling well. It's not that I don't want to see Deborah in particular. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It's more that my stomach hurts. My head hurts.
I really like it. Get a little closer to it. Maybe just sort of rock yourself over my way a bit. You know, we could get together, spend a little time on the couch. It's not as if we wouldn't have to. It could be a perfectly fine situation. It's really not something that one has to take personally. This kind of invitation could happen at any day. A lot of times people make phone calls to do this kind of thing. Other people send a letter.
About this place is that everything's so easy. It's such a nice palatial joy. Everything is easy.
Life is going well. It's not what I would wish it to be, but it's exciting.
Okay, this is almost there. It's almost there. When the secondary person comes in, the primary person don't weaken your position. Okay, don't waver. Stay where you are. If you're in a world, for instance, and that secondary comes in, don't come out of your world. Just stay. Let's say that the secondary is depending on you to stay where you are. They're building off of exactly what you're doing. So if you start messing around, they're going to be messed up. It's not going to make any sense. Okay? Are you all right with this? Okay, let's start it again.
I'm always in doubt as to what will happen to me. What will happen when I die? Always
Always thinking, always wondering, what's beyond the veil? What would doubt? Nothing but doubt. I should pray. There's nothing left to do.
I don't need structure. I've never needed structure. I've never needed the kind of heavy hand that I'm feeling now. Right now, in this position, I feel like everyone else in the room has taken the opposite side. And it's just that I don't need that kind of behavior. I was looking for something completely different. When I entered this room and I sat down with you people, I thought we were going to bargain. I thought we were going to bargain, we were going to talk like adults. Not some kind of heavy-handed, oh, I'm going to tell you what to do and then I'm supposed to feel scared. I don't need that. I don't need that kind of structure. I don't need that kind of thinking.
Be careful of my papers. They're very historic and shouldn't be put in the wrong place. That's A and that's Z. Don't get them misfiled. Am I making you nervous? Oh, I'll try to stand at a distance, but that's my novel. Oh, that's my new novel, and that's my screenplay. Don't mess it up. Don't mess it up. That's my stack of Dostoevsky. And that's my geographical atlas and maps of foreign places. Don't touch it.
Berlin, 1938. The bombs fall. People wait to live and wait to die. It all comes down in one fell swoop. Rain, bomb, hieroglyphics, blimps exploding in the sky, clouds bursting with orange and yellow.
I love your strength. I love everything about you.
The bombers come over the horizon, and they put their parachutes on.
I can't stop thinking about you. It's not healthy.
This is called primary and secondary frames. And the way it works is the two of you stand neutral. In this set, Heather, Cassie is going to be the primary shifter. Heather will always shift in response. So Heather cannot initiate a scene change, only Cassie can. Every time Cassie shifts frames, Heather, you shift frames, but you can't do what Cassie's doing, but you're playing into her world, and the two of you are creating a composite world together. And then at some point I'll come back in and I'll say, anybody can be primary or secondary shifter, okay? The secondary shift is a different time, space, shape, dynamic, a different form than the primary shift, okay?
Here's your bed of roses.
So this is about a lot of things. This is one of the practices that drives us all a little bit crazy, because
it says that,
That's right.
I mean, what
All night long you'll do
responding seems to be
fantasize.
a hard thing to do. It's easy to join somebody. Somebody shifts a frame. It's easy to join them and get into their frame with them. It's easy to kind of, well, it's not easy, but often we just kind of panic or freeze when somebody changes frames in an improvisation. I don't always know what to do. And so this is about doing something. So I need to read the content of the person's frame plus the form, you know, the time, space, shape, and then I've got to experience it so that I can feel my way through the improvisation rather than analyzing my way through the improvisation. So I'm feeling this new piece of content as it comes into the room, and I'm also then cooking up my next step to it, and my response can be on many different levels. I can respond emotionally, I can respond intellectually, I can respond in sort of a spontaneous and off-the-wall and unexpected way, but somehow I see these two things, these two frames in the same scene, in the same world.
You think that I, possibly because of your demeanor and
I would say that 90% of the time, if I'm in an improvisation with a partner and my partner changes frames, 90% of the time I've got to change frames too. Either I have to join it or I have to do something different in response to it. But for me to continue doing what I'm doing without responding in some way to this new piece of information that's entered my world is weird. Feels weird to me. That's not what we do.
Oh.
Okay, let's stop it. Just do it again.
Okay.
Cassie, there's like a hesitation before the frame shift.
Okay.
See if you can really interrupt yourself.
Really interrupt myself.
You're interrupting yourself with the next primary shift.
So it's not in response to...
It is in response to her. But what's happening is you do the thing, and then I always know when you're going to go into your thing.
Okay.
There's like, all of a sudden, there's a time lapse.
Okay.
And then you go into your thing rather than you're in your thing and like, oh, look.
Oh, okay, so it's a real...
You know,
I love
so
it.
it's like really surprise. So it surprises her rather than she's
she's
following.
trying to track my mind.
Well,
Okay.
so am I.
Okay.
So often when somebody changes the world around us, there's that fight, flight, or freeze dynamic that comes into it.
She can never get out of the house.
Either I panic or I get angry at it because now my world is shaken up and I don't like it, or I just go blank. So this practice really addresses that, and it's really one of our little suffering moments, this practice, because there we're called upon to be out there with ourselves and to do it in a moment and not judge it, not hesitate, but to just fall into place.
Deep snow.
And hope for the best. And sometimes the best is very elusive, but the only time that we can find the best is by practicing and practicing and practicing.
The queen of winter. It was a terrible failure on my part. I was exiled, and I've been sent into the realm of summer, and I don't like it. It's much too hot for me.
So you could see that the way Cassie's energetically changed that frame mirrored in the way Heather came out of the frame she was in. She energetically, as if Cassie were moving the molecules across the room and hit Heather's body to interrupt what she was doing. We could see that very clearly.
Go ahead. Finish the job.
So sometimes the secondary frame can be very logical, very linear,
You just move right into the story of the primary frame, which Heather is doing right now. Or the content of the secondary frame can add another dimension to the primary frame. Or the content of the secondary frame can actually change the meaning, can reframe the content of the primary frame. We practice those three choices a lot.
Did you just accuse me? I think Did you just... I had a... Accuse me? I had a little point, and I didn't... Stealing? Mean to make it so abruptly.
inappropriate.
It's just that...
So I would say that Cassie's adding a dimension to Heather's primary frame.
And the girls got out, and it was late, and the boys came along, and they danced.
Cassie's adding another dimension, different content, affecting the actual meaning of what Heather's doing.
She's such a go-getter, and I'm so slow. She's a real firecracker, but I'm just I don't know.
As a little aside, these two gals have known each other since childhood and have been working together for many, many years, as you can tell.
Her and she's a real fighter.
Hit me. Go ahead. Go on. I want you to. I asked you to hit me. Not there. Here. Here. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Go on. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Go ahead. Right there. Hit me. Hit me. Go on. Right there.
So we're practicing speed here. I mean, neither of them are given much time to respond.
I beg of
In the real world, they could take however much time they need to take. But in this practice, we are practicing speed. We're practicing diving in. Your partner does something, you dive in. And with practice, your dives get cleaner and clearer. I love these endings, are great. This is called primary and secondary frames. And the way it works is the two of you stand neutral. In this set, Heather, Cassie is going to be the primary shifter. Heather will always shift in response. So Heather cannot initiate a scene change, only Cassie can. Every time Cassie shifts frames, Heather, you shift frames, but you can't do what Cassie's doing, but you're playing into her world, and the two of you are creating a composite world together. And then at some point I'll come back in and I'll say, anybody can be primary or secondary shifter, okay? The secondary shift is a different time, space, shape, dynamic, a different form than the primary shift, okay?
Here's your bed of roses. That's a bed of nails, but this right here, guaranteed sweet dreams. That's right. All night long, you'll do nothing but relax and fantasize.
I want a car. I want a bird. I want a bowl of rice. I want a little doll. I would love to have a statue of some kind. been waiting and waiting and waiting. I know that you think that I, possibly because of your demeanor and disposition, wouldn't think that I would want to wait for someone like you, but it's not true. I've been out here, outside your door, standing, and I'm not leaving. No, I think you're wonderful. Why don't you let me in? Please, 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 I've been waiting here for so long. Oh.
Okay, let's stop it. Just do it again.
Okay.
Cassie, there's like a hesitation before the frame shift.
Okay.
See if you can really interrupt yourself.
Really interrupt myself.
You're interrupting yourself with the next primary shift.
So it's not in response to...
It is in response to her. But what's happening is you do the thing, and then I always know when you're going to go into your thing.
Okay.
There's like, all of a sudden, there's a time lapse.
Okay.
And then you go into your thing rather than you're in your thing. I'm like, oh, look.
Oh, okay, so it's a real...
You know,
I love
so
that.
it's like really surprise. So it surprises her rather than she's
she's
following.
trying to track my mind.
Well,
Okay.
so am I.
Okay. I'm all angles. I have a sister. She can never get out of the house on time. But me?
Oh,
I move with...
where's my bag? Where is it? I thought I left it by the door, but no, where is it? It's not here. Winter. Deep snow. And ashamed of being so cold. I failed at being the queen of winter. It was a terrible failure on my part. I was exiled, and I've been sent into the realm of summer, and I don't like it. It's much too hot for me.
Here's your chair. Here's your plate. And your fork. And your napkin.
Mostly dead. Go ahead. Finish the job.
Either your primary or secondary.
Accusing me? Did you just accuse me? Did you just... accuse me?
I had a little point, and I didn't mean to make it so abruptly.
inappropriate.
It's just that... And the girls got out, and it was late, and the boys came along, and they danced, and they put on their lid.
So hard to keep track of her. She's so active. She's such a go-getter, and I'm so slow. She's a real firecracker.
But I'm just I don't know, a brown clod. That's how it is with us, her and I. She's a real fighter. Hit me. Go ahead. Go on. I want you to. I asked you to hit me. Not there. Here. Here. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Go on. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Go ahead. Right there. Hit me. Hit me. Go on. Right there.
Please forgive me. I beg of you to please forgive me. Please.
So, Cassie, this transformation practice is, it's really practicing scales, just as you wouldn't go in front of an audience with your piano and practice scales, although I guess some people do. But this kind of activity is maybe not anything that you'd actually want to think about in performance, although sometimes some things do transform, no question about it. There can be transforming frames. But I think this is probably one of the most difficult exercises, as you'll see in watching Cassie, who's so skillful, grapple with it. So it is one of the most difficult. And the reason why it's one of the most difficult is because everything is working at once. All the levels, you know, the sensory, the emotional, the reading, the quieting the mind. I mean, this exercise right here depends so much on a quiet mind. You can't anticipate what's going on, and you can't lag behind what's going on. You have to have a very quiet mind as you're inside of this experience, so that the experience itself is leading the way, not anything that you might superimpose on that experience. Like, oh, I'm doing the shoulders. Okay, now I'm going to do the knees. Okay, now I'm going to do the head. Oh, now my voice is catching up. I mean, it takes a tremendous amount of practice, but when it lines up, it's an amazing thing. The experiencing inside of a lined up transformation is total freedom and absolute surprise. You never know when you're in one pulse, in one event in a pulse, what the next event is going to be, and yet you also do. It's like any kind of sort of enlightened moment where it's all so familiar and yet it's also so fresh and unknown at the same time. That's the paradox, and only inside of that paradox is there this kind of freedom and play. So here we've got Cassie, and you will see that sometimes it's absolutely perfect, and other times it's a little bit awkward. How'd that go to you? Okay. I think I'm the only one that can really do this perfectly. Yeah, but that was the best one so far. That was the best one so far. So,
What's the note? What would the note be?
what the note would be that if you've got something, like do something. Right away, my hips. This gradually dies out. And now my feet. So, in the moment of action, we're not just reading the dominant features of the action, but we're reading the entire body, so that as an arm is gesturing, what's going on with the hip or the knee or the feet, and that's what is being talked about right now, so that every action is both has two components. One component of an action is the dominant feature that's living and dying at the same time, and a subdominant feature that's birthing at the same moment. It's kind of like waves on a beach where the wave washes over the sand and then it recedes back. So the sand kind of dries out a little bit, but it doesn't dry out. I mean, it's, you know, we've all been to the beach, the sand is wet, but it loses some of its water. That's why we can make those great sand castles. And then the wave comes up again and drenches it, and then the water pools back down into the body of the ocean, and that piece of shoreline dries a little bit or loses some of the water until the wave comes up again. And that's just what this transformation is all about. The action is the wave, and it arises, and the dominant feature is the saturated sand, and then the next piece of body becomes more dominant in the next frame. So Cassie's going at it yet again, and we'll see how she does here. So far it's making sense. We're with her all the way. Now that drop where she just dropped her arms wasn't inherent in the previous action. So that was where we can see Cassie applying herself to the, I don't know, can I say natural order of this event? Let's see if, look again for something like that. Okay, that's smooth. We see how one thing is calling the next thing, both physically and emotionally. Okay, now we didn't see how her arms lost dominance. My sense is that she dropped them too fast. Each time the dominant feature becomes fades out or dies or recedes, it needs to be an incremental situation. So the viewer, the witness, sees how everything incrementally dies and everything incrementally births. If anything dies too fast or births too fast, then we know that the performer is applying themselves too much into it. They're jumping ahead. They're not being with what exactly is at the moment. So Cassie, if you will do the transformation exercise, and the way we'll start it out is I will give you a sound and movement, and then you start transforming that sound and movement, repeating it, or entering into it on a pulse. You're never really repeating it. You're entering into it on a pulse, And each time you enter into the action, you're taking what was suggested in the previous action even further. And then at some point I will say, okay, now get off of the regular pulse and find your own timing. And then we'll see what wants to happen after that, okay? So I'll give you an opening action, which will be how'd that feel to you? Okay? I think I'm the only one that can really do this perfectly. No, but that was the best one so far. That was the best one so far. So
What's the note? What would the note be?
what the note would be that if you've got something, like do something. Right away, my hips. This gradually dies out. And now my feet.
So it's much faster.
So each thing is dying out while the other thing is moving forward.
So,
And if you've got, you can't go, you can't in one move change it. It's, it all
on
has
the
to be
beat.
done.
On the beat one. Okay.
It has to, on the beat one, or even the not beat one. The not beat one is harder. Here's your sound and movement.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Stan, I'd like you to do a narrative-only transformation. So you're following a narrative as its content and its form, meaning the mood, the sound, the way it travels through your mouth is constantly changing, transforming. Okay? Okay.
Once we ran into
This is one of the most
darkness.
challenging practices.
Why not?
Because we're also
Shoot it up to the stars.
tied to the way we speak our language from culture to culture, language to language, and to break apart the way our syntax and the way we combine words and the way we're taught that one idea must follow another idea logically, and we have to stay on a very linear path. And what this does, and what Sten is so good at, is we're breaking all that apart and letting our imagination almost respond phrase by phrase. Also, what's going on here is that the body is engaged and that the voice itself is impacting the content, and vice versa, of course. So the body is leading the body as the content is leading the content, and everything is going on at once. We practice these with the body fairly neutral, no gesturing. Again, that's a learning to control every aspect of this wild horse that we live inside of. That's so often students come and they say, but I can't talk if I don't move, or I can't make sounds if I don't move my body. And yes, we can. The bones don't have to move. There's a lot of physical activity going on inside of that torso, energetically. But the bones do not have to be moving.
We're here. We're part of the organization. We're happy to have all of you visiting this afternoon with this.
It's as if, when I do this, it feels as if the very cells inside of my brain have relaxed somewhat. Even if I'm in a tense place like Sten is in right this minute, but the actual brain matter has slowed down, is very relaxed. And it's as if there's space so that different connections can be made than are normally made.
64 years, there hasn't been a crumb. Not a one crumb. It's been completely
So Sting's very engaged right now in the mouth, the physicality of the mouth. You can see the neck being stretched and pulled, the veins popping out. And that's telling him who he is, and who he is also pulling forward this, like this configuration that he's in right now. Never could have been predicted had his body not been engaged. He never could have thought this up.
Don't you?
Yeah. All right, teach that.
Stan, I'd like you to do a narrative-only transformation. So you're following a narrative as its content and its form, meaning the mood, the sound, the way it travels through your mouth is constantly changing, transforming. Okay? Okay.
Once we ran into fields of darkness and we scalped ourselves because we had knives, and why not? When you got a knife, you take it and you shoot it up to the stars because there was other things to look at. For instance, there's a dog, and sometimes people run around and they wear different kinds of shoes, and they jump up, and then you get in the way when you hit them with the car because it's a car issue. You press on the accelerator and people back up. Well, they back up. They turn themselves around, and sometimes the clothes changes. That clothes just change and things evaporate. And when they evaporate, what are you going to do? Evaporation? It's nothing. It's moisture. It comes up. It's got a static electricity to it. It's got condensation. It grows up and it turns into some kind of a little container of sorts. This container takes often problems. It often contains itself and shuts everything down and eliminates all oxygen from the house. And nobody can breathe anymore because there's no more air. And if there's no more air, then why isn't there any hope? Why can't there be hope? Hope is a wonderful thing. Takes itself up like a breeze into a leaf and a butterfly, and then another butterfly, and then a raindrop comes, opens itself down, striking the soil. And the soil grows red and black. It starts to blink a little bit. It says, hi, we're here. We're part of the organization. And we're happy to have all of you visiting this afternoon with this enthusiastic bunch. It's such an absolute pleasure to have all of you wonderful people here in my home. I want to offer you something to eat, but there hasn't been any food here for 64 years. 64 years, there hasn't been a crumb. Not a one crumb. It's been completely dry here. Nothing has grown in ages. It has been a vast dark spell cast over the clouds like a heaven-sent curse. You remember curses, don't you?
Teach that. Cassie, you'll be the director this time, and Heather, you're going to do what Cassie tells you to do. Cassie, you say shift, transform, or contain. Okay, so when you say those things are up to you. If Heather is shifting and is in a frame, you can tell her to transform that frame.
If she's in a transformation, you can tell her to shift frames, or you can tell her to contain that aspect of the transformation. Then when you hear Cassie say contain, you don't keep traveling forward anymore. You put parameters around the action that you're engaged in, and you develop it as a frame. Okay? Movement, sound of movement, physical narrative. You don't have to direct those things unless you feel the need to. Okay? And have the timing of your directions be unpatterned as far as duration. All right? Okay.
Shift. Shift.
Some people say you should get out more, but I like being in. This little bottle is very homey.
Having somebody else direct a process like this forces us to move along, whether we think we're ready for it or not. Okay, so here Heather's deconstructing the narrative into sound and movement. A transformation is like a wave. It sort of comes in and goes out. And each time she enters into the action, there's something familiar about it. Oh, so now she's in a frame. I didn't hear Cassie say frame it, but she obviously did. Because a frame doesn't travel. A frame doesn't change. When Cassie says shift, Heather automatically frames. There's another shift into a frame. Very different, physically, emotionally.
Transform.
So with transformation, you kind of go into the tail of the previous action and then find its newness. And its newness tells you where it wants to go in the previous action. The other wonderful thing about this exercise is you find yourself in places that you would never go to normally. It's because of Cassie saying, frame that. When Heather's in the middle of a transformation, for instance, this one, Heather might never have considered that as a potential frame.
My body. I love my body. I think I do. I do. I know I do. I love it. I love the fact that it's got undifferentiated shifts.
That was a great frame. I mean, a great shift. You just saw Heather immediately change her mind and her body and her energy. It just happened on a dime. Now she's transforming.
Keep transforming to language.
A lot of these exercises are things that we do in practice that we may or may never draw upon in performance. They're all exercises in sort of repatterning the way our brains are conditioned. Really neurologically, we deconstruct stuff that has been patterned for our lifetimes, and then we find different ways to reconstruct the elements of these patterns. Cassie, you'll be the director this time, and Heather, you're going to do what Cassie tells you to do. Cassie, you say shift, transform, or contain. Okay, so when you say those things are up to you. If
Heather is shifting and is in a frame, you can tell her to transform that frame. If she's in a transformation, you can tell her to shift frames, or you can tell her to contain that aspect of the transformation. Then when you hear Cassie say contain, you don't keep traveling forward anymore. You put parameters around the action that you're engaged in, and you develop it as a frame. Okay? Movement, sound of movement, physical narrative. You don't have to direct those things unless you feel the need to. Okay? And have the timing of your directions be unpatterned as far as duration. All right? Okay.
Shift. Shift.
Some people say you should get out more, but I like being in. This little bottle is very homey, if you know what I mean. I'd like to grant a wish
Transform.
true. I'd like to grant a wish true.
Contain. Shift.
Get up. Those stairs.
Shift. Transform. Contain. Shift.
My body. I do. I love my body. I think I do. I know I do. I love it. I love the fact that it's got undifferentiated
Shifts. Transform. Keep transforming to language. Contain.
Everything. They packed it up in a gold box and they handed it to me on my 15th birthday. And they said, be happy. Please, won't you?
This is verbs, and the way you play it is that you say I and the verb as you're doing the action. So it's I walk, I look, okay? And you say those words and you do that action in a particular dynamic energy, and the voice and the movement are congruent. So the voice sounds like what the movement's doing. The movement is manifesting what the voice is, how the voice is sounding. You play off each other. You can copy each other. You can contrast each other. You can build content together through this. If you're in a timing relationship, there's a lot of listening that's going on. You don't feel like you have to jam this thing with a lot of action. Okay, there's a lot of listening, responding, okay, noticing, that kind of, and then you build content together through this form, okay? Yep. And a lot of these practices, this being one, we really push on the form of both the voice and the physical action, especially when we're looking at language, because language seems to be, no matter who I'm working with, language seems to be the area where the quality of the voice and the physical experience of speech is weak, because we spend our whole lives talking, going to movies, listening to the radio, however we, writing letters, reading books. And we approach language for its content, for the information that it delivers. And here I'm asking, in this action theater practice, I'm asking people to lighten up. I mean, of course there's information. I don't mean to lighten up on the information. I want there to be information. I'm interested in the information. We spend a lot of time in more sophisticated trainings actually examining what our content is. So we're not adding more junk into the universe. But we're really finding out who we are as we hear ourselves speaking about things. But in an exercise like this, in a practice like this, we're pulling words apart, and experience is happening inside of a single word, like the verb reach that Cassie just did. Her whole world of experience is happening inside of that lengthened approach to that word at that moment. Now they're doing very little short words. So that speech itself, the act of speaking, is part of the experiencing, is part of the information, not just the combined vocabulary, dictionary meaning of the words. We do practices where we're just inside of our mouths, our teeth, our lips, our gums, our jaws, hard palate, soft palate, as we say, mother. Okay, I want to stop it. We'll do another one. Okay, I mean, this is fine. This is perfectly fine, but I know it could be better. Okay, I know that you're feeling confined spatially, you know, and that's why it's all really tight physically, but you've got way more room than you're using. You can go all the way back here, so you can use depth, you can use width, you can use diagonals, you can use circles. You know, you've got this space. So it's getting more and more congested. Yeah, you want to open it up. And also, use your voices. The voices are like from your mid-register down. You know, so you can get some power into your voices. Don't get screamy, but you can get much more power in your voices. And also, I know you, see, it's sort of built in, but see if you can, like, so you're not going, I, so everything is like, oh, this like stretch, you know what I mean? Yeah, like you were doing some snappy, and it was getting snappy. I reach. Okay, so you can like hit the extremes. Okay, so there's much more dynamic to it and more space to it. And other than that, it's great.
They like to touch.
I march. I march.
That was a good little teacher moment. So now we'll see how these three loves of my life play with it. Good. They're responding quite well.
I spin, 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 spin.
I march. I march. I march. I march.
I wave.
I look.
I wave, 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 wave. I wave, 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 wave. I wave, 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 wave. I wave, 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 wave. I wave, wave, I wave, wave.
Heather teaches and performs in the Washington, D.C. area.
I jump. I jump. I jump.
Stand.
I jump.
I stand.
I jump, I jump, I jump, I jump, I jump.
So this is like, again, I'll use the image of ping pong. All the improvisations are like ping pong. Your partner bats the ball. You gauge it, which side of the table it's coming on. Is it a short? Is it a long? Is it to the right, to the left? Does it go out of bounds? Whatever it is, you're gauging it while you're preparing to respond, not thinking about it. You can't be thinking about it. You're feeling that little ping pong ball come across the table. You're feeling it in your body. If you did a brain scan, your brain would be lit up as if you were punching that ball yourself, even though you're not. And then, of course, you got to hit it back. If you miss a beat, you're going to lose the point. So as soon as that ball hits your table, your side of the table, you're hitting it back. Now, your hit back could be a pause, but it's not a pause because you don't know what to do. It's because you're in that time of stillness. This is verbs, and the way you play it is that you say I and the verb as you're doing the action. So it's I walk, I look, okay? And you say those words and you do that action in a particular dynamic energy, and the voice and the movement are congruent. So the voice sounds like what the movement's doing. The movement is manifesting what the voice is, how the voice is sounding. You play off each other. You can copy each other. You can contrast each other. You can build content together through this. You're in a timing relationship. There's a lot of listening that's going on. You don't feel like you have to jam this thing with a lot of action. Okay, there's a lot of listening, responding, okay, noticing, that kind of, and then you build content together through this form, okay? Yep. Should have written a script.
I reach walk.
I stand. I stand.
I wither.
I stand.
I fall.
I reach. I reach.
I reach.
I reach.
I reach.
I reach. I reach.
I turn.
I reach.
I turn.
I reach.
I turn.
I reach.
I turn.
I
I turn.
reach.
I fall.
I reach. I reach.
I look. I look.
I bow.
I crawl.
Okay, I want to stop it. We'll do another one. Okay, I mean, this is fine. This is perfectly fine, but I know it could be better. Okay, I know that you're feeling confined spatially, you know, and that's why it's all really tight physically, but you've got way more room than you're using. You can go all the way back here, so you can use depth, you can use width, you can use diagonals, you can use circles. You know, you got this space. So it's getting more and more congested. Yeah, you want to open it up. And also, use your voices. The voices are like from your mid-register down. You know, so you can get some power into your voices. Don't get screamy, but you can get much more power in your voices. And also, I know you, see, it's sort of built in, but see if you can like, so you're not going, I, so everything is like, oh, this like stretch, you know what I mean? Yeah, like you were doing some snappy, and it was getting snappy. I reach. Okay, so you can like hit the extremes. Okay, so there's much more dynamic to it and more space to it. And other than that, it's great.
I like to touch.
I march. I march. I march. I march.
I'm march, 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 march. I look.
I spin, 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 spin.
I march. I march. I march. I march.
I wave.
I look.
I wave, 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 wave. I wave, 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 wave. I wave, 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 wave. I wave, 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 wave. I wave, wave, I wave, wave. I jump. I jump. I jump. I jump.
Stand.
I jump.
I stand.
I jump, I jump, I jump, I jump, I jump.
I walk. I walk. I walk. I stand.
I fall.
I stand. I stand.
I
stand. I reach. I stand. I stand. I reach.
Jump.
Stop. Okay, very good. Nice one. We got chairs. So 2 people sit in the chairs, 2 people stand behind the chairs. This is called 2 up, 2 down. 2 people sitting in the chairs can introduce anywhere from 1 to 3 lines each. A line is a short sentence or a phrase. The sentence or the phrase has a very dynamic sound to those words. It's not crazy sounding, but there's an emotional drive. 2 up, 2 down. So that each one of these. I love 2 up, 2 down. I love it because it's so simple. And yet, it touches a lot of the elements. It touches memory. In other words, somebody says something in a certain way, and we have to remember what it sounds like. It's all about listening. It's about opening the pitching mechanism of the voice the qualities of the voice, the rhythm, and it's also about collaboration. So the four people hear the totality moment to moment to moment, and putting their own desires aside, they're working for the improvisation at this point. They're collaborating on building a juicy sound score, using language to do it.
I think I hear rain. 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 I think I hear rain.
This is a beautiful example of sequencing. It's almost like row, row, row your boat.
I think I hear rain.
There, that was a lovely example of sequencing.
I think I hear rain. The store's closed.
The store's closed.
I think I hear rain.
I think
I hear rain.
The store's closed.
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 Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh, please.
I think
So we talk about
Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh, please.
so much of this is about listening to each other and having that space, giving ourselves that space to listen. There's a lot of space in this improvisation. They're not jamming themselves on top of each other. They're letting, there's an openness and also sometimes a joining. So when we talk about the dead space of listening, we don't want to see, I mean,
There's a train coming.
very often when an improviser is listening, we don't feel them listening. Here I want to feel people listening. I want to experience their listening rather than a blank expression on their face. I want to know the truth of this improvisation, which is that they are listening. They are collaborating.
I think I hear rain.
They are sharing in the creation of the music and the tones and the pitches and the rhythms.
The store's closed.
And wasn't that a nice moment?
The store's closed.
I hear rain.
The store's closed.
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 All right. We got chairs. So 2 people sit in the chairs, 2 people stand behind the chairs. This is called 2 up, 2 down. 2 people sitting in the chairs can introduce anywhere from 1 to 3 lines each. A line is a short sentence or a phrase. The sentence or the phrase has a very dynamic sound to those words. It's not crazy sounding, but there's an emotional drive to those words, so that each one of these 2 to 6 lines that we end up with sound very differently from each other. The first line gets put out by somebody in the chair. The 4 of you collaborate on the composition of how that line gets repeated. Okay. Then a second line is introduced. Then you've got 2 lines that you collaborate on, composing an improvisation with those 2 lines. They must be repeated the way they were introduced, same sound. There's a tendency for them to merge in sound, so really try to hold on to the original, the way the sound was introduced, okay? Until you get up to, if you want, 4, 5, or 6 lines. And you build composition with that. A lot of listening. All right? 2 down, 2 up.
I think I hear rain. 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 I think
hear
I
rain.
hear rain. I think I hear rain.
The store's closed.
The store's closed.
I think I hear rain.
I think
I hear rain.
The store's closed.
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 Oh, please, oh, please, oh, please.
I think I hear rain.
Oh, please, oh, please, oh, please.
I think I hear rain.
The
Store's closed.
Oh, please, 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 oh, please. I think I hear rain. I think I hear rain.
The
store is closed.
The store's closed.
Oh, please, oh, please, oh, please.
There's a train coming.
The store is closed.
The store's closed.
The store's closed.
There's a train coming.
I hear rain.
There's a train coming.
Oh, please, oh, please, oh, please,
Oh, please, oh, please, oh, please, oh, please, oh, please, oh, please.
There's a train coming.
I think I hear rain.
There's a train coming.
The store's closed. The store's closed.
I hear rain.
The store's closed.
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 This is upping, one upping. And the way it works is that I will give each of you a phrase and a gesture. You take that phrase and gesture, you face each other. You're standing neutral. One of you begins by saying that phrase with the gesture in a particular quality of voice that's resonant with some space inside yourself. So it's not just messing around with the sounds, okay? The other person then follows immediately, taking that same patterning of voice and action and bringing that into your phrase and your gesture. And then you keep going back and forth, each time going where the person in front of you just went a little step further. Don't add on anything that you didn't recognize as already wanting to happen, okay? I'll give you each a phrase and a gesture. Linda, this is yours. Oh, dear God.
Oh, dear God.
Okay, this is yours, Cassie.
Who, me?
Who? Me?
Okay.
Who? Me? Oh, dear God. Who? Me? Oh, dear God. Who? Me?
Well, obviously, this is all about listening. I mean, and listening in great detail, and then responding with moving into exactly what you hear, but taking it where it wants to go. And as we listen to this, we can tell when either one of Cassie or Linda are asserting themselves too much in it and not just turning the wheel to the next notch. Let's listen for a minute. Okay, so you can see Linda, who's on the right, is lengthening it when it doesn't necessarily want to lengthen. It might want to just change inside of itself. Okay, so Linda just added another little glitch to it, which wasn't implied. So it's really about listening to what's there and what's implied. Now we can say, well, I read implication one way and somebody else reads implication another way. But with practice, this gets to feel as smooth as silk. There's no surprises. There is no person implying. The expression itself is heard in such a way that it demands the next step.
Stop. This is upping, one upping. And the way it works is that I will give each of you a phrase and a gesture. You take that phrase and gesture, you face each other. You're standing neutral. One of you begins by saying that phrase with the gesture in a particular quality of voice that's resonant with some space inside yourself. So it's not just messing around with the sounds, okay? The other person then follows immediately, taking that same patterning of voice and action and bringing that into your phrase and your gesture. And then you keep going back and forth, each time going where the person in front of you just went a little step further. Don't add on anything that you didn't recognize as already wanting to happen. Okay? I'll give you each a phrase and a gesture. Linda, this is yours. Oh, dear God.
Oh, dear God.
Okay, this is yours, Cassie.
Who? Me?
Who? Me?
Okay.
Who? Me? Oh, dear God. 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 Who? Me? Oh, God. Who? Me? Oh, dear God.
Stop. This exercise is called contenting around. It has 3 stages to it. The first stage is that you each interrupt each other with contrasting narrative frames. Each one has different content and different sound and voice and mood. The second stage is where you can copy or add on to a partner's narrative frame, or you can introduce a new frame. The third stage, but still there's only one voice going on at a time in the second frame, in the second stage. The third stage is you can copy, you can add on, you can shift frames, and there can be as many voices as you want going on simultaneously. Okay? So you just start on the first stage, and then at some point I'll call into you stage 2, and then at some point I'll call into you stage 3. Okay.
I used to lay on my bed in the summer.
Well, the trick here is that while Stan is talking, Cassie and Heather aren't thinking ahead as to what they're going to say and when they're going to interrupt and with what voice they're going to do that with. But instead, as they're sitting there, they're inside of his narrative as if they're speaking it. And then when they interrupt, it's a response to their own experience rather than analytical response of something that's outside of them.
I don't want anything to do anymore with any of this.
So in watching them, it's not easy to see that they're engaged inside of each other's narrative, but in fact that is the practice. These folks are pretty well practiced with that.
Sweet of you.
There's some things that I'd like to tell you. And it's not that I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart.
So when you're manipulating your voice like this, or you're determining the voice to go into, to interrupt your partner with, on the one hand, we're stretching the voices. We're really playing with not only just the movement of the voice, how the words are formed, what the experience is coming all the way up from the diaphragm, the breath, the air that's the voice is riding on, the pitches, the timing, the rhythm. Not only we're playing with all that and we're stretching that, but at the same time we have to stretch interiorly so that we are who that voice is. We are what that voice is manifesting. Otherwise it becomes very crude and we could say unreal. There's no connection between the inner experience and the outer voice other than that it's a good idea. So maybe throughout this improvisation you might have some ideas as to whether you can read whether there's a internal connection to the stylization of the voice or whether it's a manufactured voice that has no motivation.
Which was my very, very favorite color until I was 8.
And that's only after blue, which was my
and
very,
that's
very
actually
favorite.
more or less
So the
my
three,
third.
Cassie, Stan, and Heather here, are in a musical relationship as if they're each on an instrument, which in fact they are, their voice. So they're listening to the rhythmic unfolding of the improvisation itself. The improvisation itself is telling them when to come in with what instrument.
Don't let them see you.
Don't let them see you.
Don't let them see you.
That's a perfect example right there.
Be invisible.
Press your body flat against the side of the cave.
Stick to the side of the cave where it's moist, on the moist side. Don't
We
go
went on this vacation that was...
Cassie coming in on that was at the perfect moment. We had this little roll of this high squeaky voice and then she came in with a drop. Good musical choice.
We really mix.
So not only are they building musical choices, but they're also winding their way through content.
In a glorious...
And the musical choice informs the content, and the content informs the musical choice.
Home! Home!
It was
There we go again.
Place.
Home!
A real
musical
wooden
choice.
Restaurant. A real heavy wooden kind of place where I sat down and I ordered my meat.
Home!
Excuse me. I don't mean to be...
That was quite a perfect moment. Something had built, generated some heat, and then Heather on the right came in with a very different color.
I don't mean to be, but your tree is encroaching onto my
The ears are huge here. So much of this is listening.
Did you see my dog? Has anybody seen it?
So there cannot be any interference, no mental interference, or else listening can't happen. So each one of these people are right inside of this piece of music that they're creating.
Ha! I've got wind
And
on
nowhere
my
else.
body. I've got air under my paws.
Running like a free.
I've got wind on my back. I've got wind on my paws.
I'm an animal.
Through the city. I am speeding through the city. Nobody's seen me run this way before. I am taking off to a whole world.
So even when they're speaking simultaneously here, they've all got big enough ears so that they can hear what's going on to the side. This exercise is called contenting around. It has 3 stages to it. The first stage is that you each interrupt each other with contrasting narrative frames. Each one has different content and different sound and voice and mood. The second stage is where you can copy or add on to a partner's narrative frame, or you can introduce a new frame. The third stage, but still there's only one voice going on at a time in the second frame, in the second stage. The third stage is you can copy, you can add on, you can shift frames, and there can be as many voices as you want going on simultaneously. Okay? So you just start on the first stage, and then at some point I'll call into you stage 2, and then at some point I'll call into you stage 3. Okay.
I used to lay on my bed in the summers when the sun was coming down through the windows, and I'd dream about anything in particular.
Nothing is funny. I don't care who says it, I don't care when or why, or how many people around me laugh. Nothing.
It was a marvelous, marvelous, marvelous party. I thought it was incredible how the napkins,
sick, absolutely sick of danger and threats and communism. I don't want anything to do anymore with any of this political stuff that keeps invading.
All you need is a wrench, actually. A wrench, and you need at least 4 Polish...
Oh, that's so pretty. That's so sweet of you.
There's some things that I'd like to tell you. And it's not that I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart. It's that obviously you seem to need some help.
My mother had the softest hands, and she used to pull the hair.
Jack pulls up to the back.
Nervous? I don't think I'm nervous. I've been told maybe that I could maybe settle down a little bit,
but... It's a game. It's just a game.
Big boots. Big boots. And they stomp. At least an army's worth.
Stage 2.
Over my head from 7 to 9 every morning.
They keep chomping and chomping and chomping into the sidewalk outside of my house.
They keep chomping and chomping and stomping into the sidewalk outside of my...
I'm just fed up with these people in their shoes and all their footwear.
Sticks, walking sticks. So it's not just a thump, thump, it's a thump, thump.
Look, there's a bird.
Look, there's a bird.
What is that one? It's not a little bird.
It's a thump, thump, clump. That's what it is. It's a thump and another thump and then a clump.
You know, red has been probably my second favorite color since I was 9.
And that's only after blue, which was my very, very favorite color until I was 8.
And that's only after blue, which was my very, very favorite.
Actually more or less my 3rd favorite color, because scarlet, you know, a true scarlet with blue on top of the red.
Keep to the right.
Imagine lightning came down, just shattered the tree, just blew it to smithereens. You couldn't believe the explosion. There was smoke everywhere.
Keep to the right. Keep very close to the right. Don't let them see you.
Don't let them see you.
Don't let them see you.
Don't let them see you anywhere. Be invisible.
Press your body flat against the side of the cave.
Stick to the side of the cave where it's moist, on the moist side.
We went on this vacation that was from hell. We got on the boat.
I love steak.
Steak and me, we really mix.
Steak and I have a relationship that was...
Stage 3.
Forged in a glorious restaurant that I call home.
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 It was a wooden place.
Home.
A real wooden restaurant. A real
home.
Heavy wooden kind of place where I sat down.
Home.
And I ordered my meat. Ready.
Home.
Excuse me. I don't mean to be nosy, but I noticed that your house has fallen into my yard. I know that it's none of my business, but your tree has encroached into my...
Did you see my dog?
Into my yard.
Did you see my dog? Has anybody seen it?
Into my yard.
I could have sworn my dog was just here the other day, but now I can't see my dog.
I don't mean to be a pest.
I'm free. You'll never catch me. I've jumped the fence. Ha! I've got wind on my body. I've got air under my paws. Running like a free.
I've got wind on my back. I've got wind on my
Spirit.
paws.
But I'm an animal. Free. Speeding through the city.
Seen me run
Seen
this way
me
before.
run like this before. No
Taking
one's
off the
seen
whole
me.
world.
I'm running. Running.
Has anybody seen my dog?
You're going to do a collaborative monologue, which is the two of you are building a monologue together. The rules are that you must say every word that each other says in the same tone of voice, with the same intention. No gestures, okay? And then as you travel inside of yourself through this narrative, you're both traveling together. Same voice, same time, same... Okay?
I was hoping that we could spend more time at church because of my
Collaborative
reverence
monologue.
for the Lord.
It's one thing to build a monologue. I mean, that comes with its own challenges. But to build a monologue with a partner, which is what Linda and Heather are doing right here, is really challenging because you have to be able to, number one, know where you are, know what you're talking about. At the same time, as you're talking, you have to be listening to every single word that your partner is saying and accept it. Because the rule is you have to say every word that your partner is saying in the same tone of voice. So this is a practice in, of course, listening and talking at the same time. It's a practice in accepting what the other person says. It's a practice in hearing the music, which these two gals really do beautifully. The sound, the pitching of their voices, the rhythm of the words. They're both hearing the same orchestration as they're co-creating it. It's as if they're both following the bouncing ball, which is what I used to do on Saturday afternoon movies.
Just like this ring that we both wear.
You're going to do a collaborative monologue, which is the two of you are building a monologue together. The rules are that you must say every word that each other says in the same tone of voice, with the same intention. No gestures, okay? And then as you travel inside of yourself through this narrative, you're both traveling together. Same voice, same time, same... Okay?
I was hoping that we could spend more time at church because of my reverence for the Lord. And because I was hoping that because you and I had been drifting apart lately, we could find our binding togetherness in God, church, in God, in country, in flags. This would be the time for you and I to get together and pull something, resources together, bring it together, and come together in such a way for a common cause, so that we can have something between us that we haven't gotten, just something that we can talk about at night in bed when we're ready to fall asleep. We just don't have anything to talk about. And if you talk about God, it opens up all kinds of possibilities, so many things trickling into the conversation. The opposite, there's the devil, there's the pitchfork, there's the trident, there's the horse, all kinds of things, but at least we would have a moment where we are together, bound, you and I, just like this ring that we both wear.
This is called language and movement interrupt, or we could call it physical narrative interrupt. And the way it works is that you start standing neutral, wherever you want, placing yourself in relation to each other. One of you starts by entering into a physical narrative frame. You continue in that frame. It has a very particular physicality to it. And you continue in that frame until one of your partners interrupts you with something different, different physicality, different content, different voice. So you continue interrupting each other. When you get interrupted, you just pause where you are, stop your action. But it's not a freeze. You just stop your action because you're checking each other out, okay? And then interrupt each other in irregular intervals. Don't get into a kind of any kind of regularity. And then at some point, I'll come in and I'll say, now you can add on to each other's frames. So then you have a choice. You can either introduce a new frame or you can add on to a prior frame of each other's. Okay?
You'll come in and tell us that.
I'll come in and tell you when to do that. So put yourself someplace to start. Well, the previous exercise, contenting around when Sten and Cassie and Heather were sitting in chairs, is a practice that we do over and over and over again until we can get it to the musical level that you witnessed it on. Then we begin to take it to our feet. Well, we actually take it to our feet before we're ready to take it to our feet. But here we've got it in action. But it's basically the very same in that each person is engaged in their narrative and in the physical aspect of that narrative. And the physical aspect of the narrative is something else that we examine again and again and again and again. What is the content of the physical action in relation to the content of the narrative action? And we've come up with several possibilities. One is that the content is energetically connected, which Cassie's doing right now, and is sort of gesturing. Another possibility is that the physical action is adding content to the narrative action that's not implicit. Here, Heather's physical action is implicit.
Here's my heart. Go ahead, have it. And my left skeleton is a very particular thing.
So the physical action and the verbal action is also in a timing relationship. Are they landing on the same beats? Or are they landing on different beats? I mean, this all sounds very picky, but there's this awareness of how the whole body is musically congruent, and that takes, obviously, quite a bit of practice. Here's a perfect example.
Madame, we need all of the troops in the back. There's no...
Cassie's got two different times going on, a timing of her language and a timing of her actions.
I find it insulting. There's never been any kind of question. I mean, no one's ever
But the rhythmic truth of the narrative and the physical action are one thing, even though they're different.
Let me out! What's burning up? Have you noticed? Or maybe I haven't made it clear.
So here Heather is contrasting musically, energetically, story-wise, and as Cassie, beautiful narratives, picking up the same physicality.
Beautiful person. My wife has long, luscious legs.
Heather's lying on the floor and she's not going to come up until she feels like the time is right.
She can convey a sense of peace and openness. My wife has got this hair.
They're each listening here as if they're the one that's engaging.
My wife has the sensibilities
inside of each other's voices, inside of each other's content.
She wraps it around us.
So every frame here has a different spatial signature. So Cassie's choosing to be vertical, to move backwards. She's counteracting Heather, the two Heathers down on the floor. So you can see as each one of them makes a choice, it's a physical statement, it's a spatial statement, it's a statement in shaping, so that there's always clear, contrasted bodies on the floor.
Anyone! I'd never let it out! Ever. If I could just sneak away. If I could just escape. If I could just go out the back door. Open it up. There I go again.
Well, that was a clear opening the back door led Heather right into that action, which appeared to be opening a back door, but taking it into content that we didn't expect.
Taking off across the field.
I want you.
Back.
I need you.
To the flower beds.
I love you.
Into the caves.
I'm always so left out. 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 I'm so left out. I get my head down because a certain.
Sometimes they're in a relationship where all three of them are in the same frame, as right now. Sometimes they're in a situation where two are in the same frame and one is in a contrasting frame. And sometimes they're each in a different frame. So we want a balance of all those choices. This is called language and movement interrupt, or we could call it physical narrative interrupt. And the way it works is that you start standing neutral, wherever you want, placing yourself in relation to each other. One of you starts by entering into a physical narrative frame. You continue in that frame. It has a very particular physicality to it. And you continue in that frame until one of your partners interrupts you with something different physicality, different content, different voice. So you continue interrupting each other. When you get interrupted, you just pause where you are, stop your action. But it's not a freeze. You just stop your action because you're checking each other out. Okay, and then interrupt each other in irregular intervals. Don't get into a kind of any kind of regularity. And then at some point, I'll come in and I'll say, now you can add on to each other's frames. So then you have a choice. You can either introduce a new frame or you can add on to a prior frame of each other's. Okay?
You'll come in and tell us that.
I'll come in and tell you when to do that. So put yourself someplace to start.
Don't look. I'm too hideous. Turn away your eyes. Oh, it's the whole thing from the head all the way down to the toes. The toes might be the worst. Don't look. Turn around. Turn away. Please. On the edge of my property, I have a horse, and the horse is huge. It starts to run, and it can't be stopped. People stand in front of it and still it. It tears through them and it tramples everybody. I've been wondering what to do about my...
Oh, I know the answer. I do. I know the answer. I know all of the answers. I'm always the one that knows the answers. There's always someone in the middle who knows all of the answers. That's me. I've got the answer. Yesterday, I was thinking to myself, nobody in here knows the answers like I do. Nobody. I'm the one that knows them all the time.
Here's my heart. Go ahead, have it. And my left skeleton is a very particular thing.
Oh, it's so painful. It's so incredibly painful. It and works its way down and up, and it's so painful I can't even tell you about it. I just wish you could be in this body and understand. I've got a little secret. I'm not going to tell anyone. I've got a little.
We need all of the troops in the back. There's no...
I find it very insulting to turn one's back. I find it insulting.
There's never been any kind of question. I mean, no one's ever questioned us before. I mean, I've never been questioned, and no one else has ever been. Put me out! I'm burning up! Have you noticed? Or maybe I haven't made it clear.
I love the ballet. I love the circus.
My wife
As I talked, you know,
is
you
a
can add on to each other's
beautiful,
narratives, picking up the same physicality.
beautiful, beautiful person.
My wife has long, luscious legs. She has a personality to match.
She's extraordinary in how she can convey a sense of peace
and
My
openness.
wife has got this hair that goes on forever.
My wife has the sensibilities of a woman who's been around for a long time.
At night, alone, she wraps it around us like a blanket. I'm completely alone.
I have a problem. Me too. I have lots of problems. I have got so much potential. I could be anyone. And I never let it out. Ever.
If I could just sneak away. If I could just escape. If I could just go out the back door. Open it up. There I go again.
I love you. Right into the meadow. Out into the woods.
I love you with all of my heart. I think about you every day.
Taking off across the field.
I want you.
Back
I need you.
to the flower beds.
I love you.
Into the caves.
I'm always so left out. I'm always so left out. I'm always so left out. I'm always so let down. I'm so let down. I get my head down because a certain fandom is trying to let down because everyone always comes forward. There's too many people coming forward, and I just feel so disappointed. Well, it lets you down. It lets you down when everyone's coming forward all the time. And you're all the time. And you're just looking down and they go away.
I'd like you to do a little ensemble improvisation. It's called walk, run, freeze. So that's all you can do is walk, run, or stand still, okay? And you're playing off each other, so you're acting as an ensemble, which doesn't mean you're always doing the same thing. It doesn't mean you're always doing different things. You're playing with that. But I really want you to focus on are your eyes. So how your eyes are congruent with how you're experiencing this improvisation is what this is all about. Okay? You can add running to it at some point if you want to. Okay. This is another one of my favorites. Why? Because it's so simple. It eliminates. But, I mean, all you can do is walk, run, or stand still, or, you know, it's so
So you don't have to worry about choreography. You don't have to worry about shape. And these three gals are really doing a great demonstration of how you take only three possibilities and you can play for hours on this thing. So what we're looking at here is building patterns. A pattern is something that happens 2 or more times. And we'll see if a pattern arises in this. Patterns are wonderful because you get to stay with them for a while. They take you to your next place rather than you worrying about your next place. It's also a great vehicle for just looking at composition, time, space, dynamics, rhythm. I would have invited them, the two Heathers, to stay with that a little bit longer. Here's a pattern. Cassie's picking up their walking that they were just doing. Now we'll see if they return to what they, no, the pattern didn't happen there. It would have been a pattern if a pattern is where two elements repeat themselves. Okay, well this is a pattern because Heather is copying what Cassie had done earlier. Oh, the whole climate changed now with that slow walk, which Cassie is now picking up on. They're all picking up on it. Let's see if a pattern comes out of this. Yes. It's very satisfying when a pattern erupts. And there it is again. Now Heather's changing it. It could have continued 3, 4, 5, 6 more times. When you stay with a pattern, it's not repeating, it's continually changing because the context that everything appears in is continually changing, so therefore its meaning continually changes. Now, the change of its meaning can be very subtle, or it can be gross, or medium. I'd like you to do a little ensemble improvisation. It's called walk, run, freeze. So that's all you can do is walk, run, or stand still, okay? And you're playing off each other, so you're acting as an ensemble, which doesn't mean you're always doing the same thing. It doesn't mean you're always doing different things. You're playing with that. But I really want you to focus on are your eyes. So how your eyes are congruent with how you're experiencing this improvisation is what this is all about, okay? You can add running to it at some point if you want to. Okay.
Okay, we're going to stay silent for a minute while you do a movement-only improvisation, going from frame to frame. You can join each other's frames, you can contrast each other's frames. You're all in a time, space, shape, relationship, energetic relationship. You can be doing similar things or contrasting things, but it's all done in silence, and it's all done going through frames. There can be some transformations. Okay, put yourself someplace to begin. So we have some rules that we abide by, and eventually we throw all the rules out. But I guess one rule that we never throw out is that your partner is always perfect, that whatever your partner does is perfectly being done in that moment, and then your job is to support it, make it even more perfect. So what that involves is an acceptance, and you could see right from the very beginning of this improvisation, no matter what somebody does, I think it was Sten, I'm not sure who started this, somebody waved. Not a big deal, not terribly interesting, can't really say that's a profound action. But it was accepted immediately, and then one thing leads to another, and one thing leads to another. Everybody's reading everybody else's content of action, and so then scenes get built, for instance, right now. It's almost as if everyone's in the same mind all the time, whether they're doing the same thing or not. They see the same world being constructed, and they move in, either joining a frame that's already going on, or engaging in some contrasting frame that's relevant. So when students start this practice, and very often dancers come in or actors come in, and how to find a language that has content to it, that has an immediacy to it, without it being, form dominated as in dance, or content dominated as in more traditional theater or acting. This kind of movement falls someplace in between that, or is engaged in all of that and something else, which is that it's a reflection or a manifestation of the immediacy of the performer, not just the story that's being acted out, but the particularity of that performer at that moment. And then what's the tools that are used so that the performer can manifest their particularity in physical action. Well, we do a lot of practicing. It's just about timing. It's just about space, where this action rests in the room, in relation to the room itself, or in relation to the other partners. Affects its content, says something about its content. The fact that Cassie and Lorraine right now are back to front affects the content of that action. The dynamic of an act. We do a lot of exercises that are about changing dynamics, staying with a particular dynamic. I notice that students that train with me for a long time, what they learn most is to stay with things, to be simple, to not complicate things, misthinking that that's going to make whatever they're doing more interesting or more real, but in fact, staying with exactly what it is, accepting exactly what it is. Now, how did they all agree to be in a line? Did we see that happen? They all have a similar sense of space, of power. A line is very powerful. You can walk around a performing space and just feel the power spots. Whenever I go into a space to do a show, I always walk it first and feel where is the power in this room, on this floor, on this stage. Some actions want to be placed in certain spots in a room. Other actions want to be placed in other spots in the room. That comes with trial and error, with a lot of practice, a lot of failure. Here they're staying in one frame for quite a long time, and they could stay in it no matter how long they stay in it. They could stay in it even longer. It becomes itself. It tells them what it wants to do. Here, they're scriptwriters. They're choreographers. I mean, this looks like it's been choreographed ahead of time. But in fact, because these folks are so practiced, because they've got a big, fat, chunky toolbox that they're drawing from consciously, not with thought, but at this point it's second nature. Okay, we're going to stay silent for a minute while you do a movement-only improvisation, going from frame to frame. You can join each other's frames, you can contrast each other's frames. You're all in a time, space, shape, relationship, energetic relationship. You can be doing similar things or contrasting things, but it's all done in silence, and it's all done going through frames. There can be some transformations. Okay, put yourself someplace to begin.
You'll do the accumulation exercise. And the way that that plays out is that each of you is responsible for putting out one frame. You may put out 2 frames, so at the most you'll have 6. The least you'll have 3. The frames, there has to be 1 frame that's movement, 1 frame that's sound and movement, 1 frame that's narrative, and then the other 3 can be whatever, okay? But really keep those balanced. If you go back to a narrative frame, if it feels right to you, you can repeat that frame. If it feels more interesting to you to add on to that narrative, you may do that. So a narrative can develop. And if there are 2 narrative frames introduced during the improvisation, then we can have 2 tracks of content developing, or 3. I think we can only have 2. No, we can have more than 2, 3. Okay, got that? So you're in a time relationship, space relationship. These frames are all very contrasted to each other in how they move, where they move, what the voice sounds like, what the content is, what the energy is. Don't play it logically. Okay?
This is Cassie, Sten, and Lorraine. So sometimes these frames, here's an example, can be what we might call abstract, in that we can't really name the content. But what they do is they set up a mood or a feeling or an environment. And then hopefully, I mean, we'll see what happens in this improvisation, but hopefully more content that has ground to it, that has image to it, that has identity to it, will place itself inside of this territory. And here's an example of that. Cassie's frame, her physical frame, has clear content to it. And of course, Lorraine's, whenever there's narrative, of course it does, whenever there's language. The thing that I like about this particular practice, this accumulation practice, is that because the choices are very limited, they're only going to end up with maybe 3 to 6 possibilities. They then can focus very directly on the composition of the improvisation, where they're taking these frames in space. Look at that. There's a picture of a very balanced. And Sten took advantage of it. He's popped himself up right between the 2 gals.
And they threw themselves into the wild.
So they get to focus on space, time, another very balanced image. They get to focus on contrasting dynamics, which adds vitality to an improvisation. Now these 3 folks are...
Need some help. I'll get the medicine.
Sten shifted to a whole different reality there on the frame that he offered. Looks like you need some help. It was very plain, ordinary voice. There was nothing extended about it.
I have antibiotics over in
And
the car.
the delight here is that it's side by side with that very extraordinary kind of sound and movement frame that the gals were doing.
Car full of dynamite.
They also get to focus on this idea of noticing, experience, responding, and that they're pretty much pausing when anybody's taking action. There's an example of Sten pausing, listening, responding by adding onto her frame. They're each adding onto the same frame. There you saw Cassie noticing Sten, joining him. The 3 of them are in the same frame.
You'll do the accumulation exercise. And the way that that plays out is that each of you is responsible for putting out 1 frame. You may put out 2 frames, so at the most you'll have 6. The least you'll have 3. The frames, there has to be one frame that's movement, one frame that's sound and movement, one frame that's narrative, and then the other 3 can be whatever, okay? But really keep those balanced. If you go back to a narrative frame, if it feels right to you, you can repeat that frame. If it feels more interesting to you to add on to that narrative, you may do that. So a narrative can develop. And if there are 2 narrative frames introduced during the improvisation, then we can have 2 tracks of content developing, or 3. I think we can only have 2. No, we can have more than 2, 3. Okay, got that? So you're in a time relationship, space relationship. These frames are all very contrasted to each other in how they move, where they move, what the voice sounds like, what the content is, what the energy is. Don't play it logically. Okay?
It was a lovely Saturday afternoon. The seals were about. Everyone watched as the seals and the bathers swam.
These bathers took themselves up from the sand. And they threw themselves into the wild waves. You probably need some help. I'll get the medicine. I have antibiotics over in the car.
Well, I've got a whole bunch of boxes over in the house. I've got a car full of dynamite, and over there, I've got a wall full of joy.
She's desperately in need of all the Band-Aids that I have behind.
You're desperately in need of some English language lessons that I've got right over here.
I'm convinced that I could.
I know in my heart that I've got
So we've been practicing putting sounds and movements together, putting words and movements together, putting sounds and words together, putting sounds and movements and words together, to take them completely apart. This is called separating sounds, movements, and words. So the 3 of you will do an improvisation doing just that, separating sounds, movements, and words, which means those 2 things can never be happening on the same beat or the same moment. As far as what material you create, you can add each other, or copy each other, add on to each other, introduce new material, always separating sounds, movements, and words. Okay? Put yourself someplace to begin.
This idea of separating sounds, movements, and words is like juggling 20,000 balls. It sounds so simple. Improvisation is like riding a wild horse. Unless you're holding on to those reins, the horse will run away with you. It can be dangerous. So separating sounds, movements, and words is an exercise in control. Because if we move, we can't talk. If we make a sound, we can't move. If we, everything has to be seen in an isolated view.
I am, I was, I will be.
I am, I was, I will be.
I'm going, I was going.
I have,
This also is a great timing practice. Time is like a continuous line, like a hum, like or heartbeat. Da-da, 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 da-da. So here, these three people, Heather, Cassie, and Stan, are all hearing, not consciously particularly, they're all hearing that same line of time, and they're each dropping either words or sounds or movements into that line of time. They're also hearing what each other is dropping into that line of time. There's not three different lines of time going on out there because they're three different people. There's only one line of time. And each one of these folks are adding little pieces to it. They hear that same line of time.
Well, I was meaning to say, but I couldn't think of a...
That was an example of Cassie where she was speaking and pausing to move, and pausing to speak, and pausing to move.
I'm constantly outside the fortress wall.
Don't just stand there, man, run!
There's Sten, sound and movement separated. Beautiful example. I love to be entertained.
It's just a matter of time. You can run, but it's just a matter of time. Until you'll be found. And when we find you, we'll do things. Things you won't want to remember or talk about at a cocktail party. Like that night under the moon, when I had you in my grasp, and I would never, ever let you go, even though you protested.
I've set up a world here, these three, of content. They're all in the same world. It's as if they've set up a dreamscape and they're all in it, and that's all they know at this point is this world that they're in. And so everything they do is them surviving in this world that they've created, full of saints and demons.
So we've been practicing putting sounds and movements together, putting words and movements together, putting sounds and words together, putting sounds and movements and words together, to take them completely apart. This is called separating sounds, movements, and words. So the three of you will do an improvisation doing just that, separating sounds, movements, and words, which means those two things can never be happening on the same beat or the same moment. As far as what material you create, you can add each other, or copy each other, add on to each other, introduce new material, always separating sounds, movements, and words. Okay? Put yourself someplace to begin.
I will be. I am, I was, I will be. I'm going. I was. I have. Going. I have, I had, I was, I will. I left, I thought, I.
To leave the fortress. And I'm going to free all the prisoners. This one, for example.
Me first. Me first. Me first. Me first. Me first. I want to be freed. I need to be freed. Please, me. Me, 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 me. Please, me. Me. Pick me. Pick me. Me. Over here. Over here. With the... This way. This way. With the butterflies. With the lace about my head.
I'm going to leave the fortress and forget about the prisoners. Ow!
I meant to say, better put would be, well, I was meaning to say, but I couldn't think of the... Run!
Help me!
Run as fast as you can!
Help me! Help me! I'm constantly outside the fortress wall.
Don't just stand there, man. Run! It's just a matter of time. You can run, but it's just a matter of time. Until you'll be found. And when we find you, we'll do things. Things you won't want to remember or talk about at a cocktail party. Like that night under the moon. And I would never, ever let you go, even though you protested. Quick! Quick! While the guard isn't looking. Set me free! Just a kiss. Set me free! That's all I'm here for. Please, just one kiss. Just one little tiny kiss. Go ahead.
More.
Pucker up.
Please.
Let it land anywhere on me. Go ahead. Go on. Kiss me. I just want a kiss. I want your lips on my butt. I'm asking. Is that too much? Is it too much to ask? All I'm asking is to be a kiss. Set free.
The way the exercise deconstruction works is that you will each give each other a phrase, a verbal, physical phrase. So it has a gesture and it has a string of words to it. And then when you all have the phrase, you get in line and you start taking it apart and breaking it up into tiny little pieces. And you play with those little pieces, listening to each other, following the dynamics or contrasting the dynamics of what you're hearing so that you're orchestrating this little bitsy pieces of action together. And then at some point, after you've built this for a while and you've played with it for a while, you feel like the time is right, you start enlarging those pieces of action. So you're taking larger chunks out of this phrase that's been given you and these gestures that have been giving you. And they keep getting larger and larger. You're listening to each other. You're writing this together until finally what marks the ending of this improvisation is that you each say and do the full action in real time, what you were assigned. Okay? Okay, so give each other actions and then get in line and begin.
This practice, I love them all, I love this, is about a couple of things. It's about, as the directions requested, it's about taking apart something and recognizing its moments of experience, both the physical experiencing and also how the vocal is, how the physical is, how the shape is, the timing of it, its grace, how it moves through space, and taking all these pieces apart off the main event sort of trains the mind to see and experience in increments and not be motivated only by the emotion or the story or the content in any way. This is very much addresses the animal of experience, the how we do things. And so practicing this over and over and over and over, when we're in an open improvisation, when we're in the flow of something, our mind is always also quiet enough so that we are engaging in the moments of it, not in the generality of it. What's also being addressed here is this thing of cross-listening, sort of feeling each other out. I mean, these gals, have a history with each other, so they've already gone through a lot in order to be fully internal, fully engaged in what each of them is doing, which you can see here. And yet their ears are huge in that they're constantly making agreements either to join what's going on, and here they're all joining because they're in this building thing, or contrasting what's going on, which actually this improvisation could have used a little more of. See, they're riding the same wave. Sometimes you want to ride very different waves simultaneously. But this was a very good example of riding similar waves energetically. The last thing we want to see is them listening to each other. So we have to learn how to do that, how to be absolutely grounded in our own experience with big ears. But it's not about the big ears. The big ears are one of the tools of the trade.
The way the exercise deconstruction works is that you will each give each other a phrase, a verbal, physical phrase. So it has a gesture and it has a string of words to it. And then when you all have the phrase, you get in line and you start taking it apart and breaking it up into tiny little pieces. And you play with those little pieces, listening to each other, following the dynamics or contrasting the dynamics of what you're hearing, so that you're orchestrating this little bitsy pieces of action together. And then at some point, after you've built this for a while and you've played with it for a while, you feel like the time is right, you start enlarging those pieces of action. So you're taking larger chunks out of this phrase that's been given you and these gestures that have been giving you. And they keep getting larger and larger. You're listening to each other. You're writing this together until finally what marks the ending of this improvisation is that you each say and do the full action in real time, what you were assigned. Okay? Okay, so give each other actions and then get in line and begin. This is called living room, although you all know it by chairs, but I had to change it. So the way it works is that you each have a chair, and you put it someplace for the improvisation to begin, okay? You can relocate the chair anytime you want, depending upon what's going on. So you're not operating in a vacuum, but you're responding to what's going on with your partners. When you're sitting in the chair, you can sound, vocalize, or you can speak using English. All right, and you can change locations and change content and build scenes any way you like, balancing narrative and sound, vocal. Okay? Okay, put your chair someplace. We start every practice, every exercise in a neutral posture, whether we're standing or sitting. And it's not that this is neutral, because nothing is neutral. I mean, everything has content to it. But it's a way of telling ourselves and our partners that the improvisation hasn't started yet. This is just a convention that we agree upon. And so as soon as someone shifts their eyes or says a word or takes a physical action, everybody knows that the improvisation has begun. It's arbitrary. We could be sitting with our head between our knees, and that could be called neutral. But this is what seems to be working for us. So from the arranging of their furniture, the way they've placed these 4 chairs, every action in this practice has what we call a spatial signature, in that one exercise we do is that we pretend that our feet are charcoal, blocks of charcoal, and every time I say change, for instance, the student will make a different mark on the floor, either a circle, a small circle, a big circle, a circle in place, or a diagonal line, or a square, or little hops along the wall, or slapping their feet in a corner every time I say change. So they set up this improvisation with this very strong spatial signature. It's balanced. It's got a sense of composition to it, in that there's an obvious organization to their 4 chairs, which they all spontaneously agreed upon.
Perfect.
Isn't it funny that way?
It's always
So at the time the chair is being moved, there has to be a musical invitation, not just, oh, I have an idea of something I want to say, so I'm going to move the chair. But they also have to be listening to the musical unfolding of the improvisation. So when they move that chair, it's as if it's an instrument that's impacting the musical composition itself. So they're listening to the beats, and moving the chair is a filling of certain beats.
I wanted to tell you.
Always these chairs are in a compositional agreement. One person puts the chair down, the other people arrange so that they're balanced, so that it's different than it was before, so that how they're facing each other is different than it was before. They're all in the same scene, even though they may be playing different roles. Sten there is silent, but he's in the scene. Lorraine is echoing Heather's actions, even though she's silent.
Really sad, isn't it?
So the 3 gals are facing in different directions right now, which is a great little compositional choice, as is Sten. They've become the chorus for his monologue. So we just moved from a dialogue to a monologue, which is a choice, always.
I see when I step out. Nobody says hello or stops and chats. And nobody even, the postman doesn't even wave when he drops the package.
Every aspect of this improvisation that you're seeing right now in a training has been broken down into very simple exercises. This is very sophisticated. These 4 people have been training for years and years and years, some of them 20 years, 15, 20 years. And so they know this world, it's second nature to them. But for new people to come in, just the listening itself, over and over and over again, and where do I put my mind when I'm listening and somebody else is talking? All those kinds of practices.
I was brought up to tell people exactly what I feel and to never hold back a criticism. That's the way I was raised. I didn't ask to be like this.
You can see Sten is right inside of Heather's narrative.
With a knife and snap it across your cheek.
Some people just don't know when to stop.
That's right.
I agree. They just go on and on and on, and they just don't know when to stop. They just don't know when to zip it up and put it away and put it away. I don't know what the cause of that might be, whether it's some kind of upbringing kind of thing, or whether it's just like a disease or a virus that kind of enters through the eardrum and takes over the rest of the brain, something like that. I'm not exactly precisely sure what does it. However, it does occur.
Rude.
Yeah.
Rude.
Are you talking about me?
Rude.
Are you?
Rude.
Are you saying that you don't like my... that you don't like my...
ill-mannered...
This has nothing to do with you.
It's just that some people are like that, and I'm not exactly sure what causes it, whether it is an insect or a virus or a bacteria or a paramecium. Sometimes when you go swimming, you can contract these kinds of things and they infiltrate, and then you just can't shut up.
Distracting.
Yes. Yes.
Irritating.
Like a plague.
Sad.
So the improviser is playwriting as they're acting, as they're stage managing, as they're set designing, as they're directing, as they're musically accompanying. Pretty complex. This is called a living room, although you all know it by chairs, but I had to change it. So the way it works is that you each have a chair, and you put it someplace for the improvisation to begin, okay? You can relocate the chair anytime you want, depending upon what's going on. So you're not operating in a vacuum, but you're responding to what's going on with your partners. When you're sitting in the chair, you can sound, vocalize, or you can speak using English. All right, and you can change locations and change content and build scenes any way you like, balancing narrative and sound, vocal. Okay? Okay, put your chair someplace.
Six.
Nice. 7.
Days.
Day.
Nights.
Weather. Isn't it?
Just.
Isn't it?
Sunny.
N't it?
Just.
Isn't it?
Perfect.
6.
5.
Nights.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
Nights and days.
Just 6 nights and days. Chances.
6 chances.
Isn't it?
Not.
And on the 7th day, there was something else. And if I could just bring it up to the front of my mind instead of letting it languish back there.
Just 7 nights and 7 days. Just 5 times. Not 4, not 3. Something like
7, something closer, much to heaven, something like 5. I remember, it was just like 5. There were 5, there were 4, 3, there were 2, there were many days, and many nights, and then lots of rain, and lots of snow, and lots of snow, and lots of rain, and lots of snow, and lots of rain, and rain, and the earth shook, it cracked, it split, it cracked, it split, it cracked. Perfect.
Days.
Some like it, some don't.
Some like it, and some don't.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
Some like it and some
Perfect.
Isn't it funny that way?
It's always funny, isn't it? Isn't it always a little funny?
I wanted to tell you about the first time.
I wanted to tell you about the first time. I wanted to tell you about the 3rd time and the 5th time and the 6th time, and there were so many times I couldn't even figure out which one I could tell you.
Exactly. But the first time is the one that really stands out for me. And I think it was being that high, that altitude that just kind of sealed the experience into my skin.
I wanted to tell you about the first time because it was all about the altitude.
Yes, it was about getting up there. I know, and it was that kind of out of your head feeling that.
Really sad, isn't it? It's just really sad sometimes when I step out of the house and
It's just raining. Sometimes it rains and rains for days and nights and rain and just muddy and just no fun.
there's nobody I see when I step out. Nobody says hello or stops and chats. And nobody even, the postman doesn't even wave when he drops the package off.
Just rain and more rain and sleet and hail. Oh, hail, and I try to uplift and restart my car and uplift my soul up, but I just can't be.
I opened the curtains and the sky hasn't changed. It's still the same thing. It's still the same disturbing little gray puddle.
I was brought up to tell people exactly what I feel and to never hold back a criticism. That's the way I was raised. I didn't ask to be like this. I didn't choose to take out my tongue like it was a knife and snap it across your cheek.
Some people just don't know when to stop.
That's right.
I agree. They just go on and on and on, and they just don't know when to stop. They just don't know when to zip it up and put it away and put it away. I don't know what the cause of that might be, whether it's some kind of upbringing kind of thing, or whether it's just like a disease or a virus that kind of enters through the eardrum and takes over the rest of the brain, something like that. I'm not exactly precisely sure what does it. However, it does occur.
Rude.
Yeah.
Rude.
Are you talking about me?
Rude.
Are you?
Rude.
Are you saying that you don't like my...
Ill-mannered.
This has nothing to do with you.
It's just that some people are like that, and I'm not exactly sure what causes it, whether it is an insect or a virus or a bacteria or a paramecium. Sometimes when you go swimming, you can contract these kinds of things and they infiltrate, and then you just can't shut up.
Distracting.
Yes. Yes.
Irritating.
Like a plague.
Sad. Pathetic. Rude. Mean. Evil. Vile. Nasty.
This has nothing to do with you.
Icky.
I can only hope it never happens to me.
This has nothing to do with me.
These three fabulous improvisers, Cassie, Stan, and Heather, have been doing this work since the, I guess, the early 80s. A long time. And the tactics that you'll see them doing in this improvisation incorporates everything that they've learned from doing years of practicing all the other exercises that are on this DVD, plus in the book, The Action Theater, The Improvisation of Presence, and in the manual. So this way of relating, this way of building environment, this way of responding to context and creating world is this way of listening, this way of responding to one another, this way of easily accepting and sliding into each other's realities is just second nature to them. Everything is accepted without any hesitation.
I send my chess piece to take your queen.
I send my first lover to cut your hair.
So there was something about what Sten was doing which triggered Cassie's chess set. Now we can never second guess those kinds of things because we all have different imaginative mechanisms. And what means something to one person obviously means another thing to somebody else. So whether Heather read the same stimulus that Cassie responded to doesn't matter at that point. So her choice was either she could build onto Cassie's imagery or she could have initiated yet another narrative, and we could have had two different narratives going on.
Well, that's gonna, have to work all day. I didn't know I'd actually get some enjoyment here at the resort today.
So you'll see these three people without hesitation, without a doubt, willing to move into different imaginative environments.
A couple of days at the casino when I could...
None of them make a move without knowing that it's in the context of what the other two are doing.
A facial. Mostly a facial. Really, I just need to just get the
They're intimately connected with each other, whether they're in the same frame or not. In an open score, there's a certain optimum balance between silence, vocalization, and language. And in this score, they're moving freely between those three modalities. Each one of them, here's Sten doing physical, each one of them sources, at least this is what it feels like to me, sources a different part of the brain, sources a different language potential that resides in our limbic system, conceptual system. It's almost as if we can trace back into the when we were first climbing out of the mud and drawing from
Can we sew you up?
all the potential that we carry.
A tube?
Care.
Could we give you a bandage?
Need
Can we dress you up?
a heart
Or dress you down?
check.
Can we
Please
give you some more blood?
take
Would you like
my
So when they get into a situation like this, the question that a newer improviser might have is, how long does this go on? This is long enough. Okay, we did this. Okay, it's time to do something else. But you'll see how these three folks have a lot of patience with staying with something. Sten felt like it was time. He shifted the frame. They immediately responded. That's that primary, secondary situation that's in one of these earlier exercises.
How to talk to other people with my whole body. I would move not only my mouth.
So this is a call and response kind of thing. It wouldn't work particularly if both the voices and Heather's narrative were happening simultaneously. But by ping-ponging it, everything can be clearly heard, and the sounds can respond more specifically to Heather's voice and vice versa.
Drive out the colony of the infected. I take them from heaven, I send them to hell, I burn them between.
So you can see that action theater is not really about characters in the traditional sense, the way sort of playmaking does. These people are characterless. There is no essentiality, I don't know if that's a word, essence to who they are. They're flexible. They can move into Cassie's playing because of the nature of her voice. She's playing sort of a lightheaded, girly kind of thing. At another time, she might be playing a very raw or robust animal kind of thing. So everybody's free to play whatever's needed in whatever scene arises. So we look at the world, we look at the human as very different in action theater than in more traditional forms. We look at the human as potential rather than fixed. And that's not a bad way to look at one's life as well. So that was just a moment when Cassie was absolutely it. One of the, I think maybe the first exercise in this series, where the eyes, just the movement of the eyes, are the language. The way Cassie moved changed realities from where she was to join Sten and Heather was clear. Nothing was forced, nothing was awkward. Lovely. This is an open score. It's called Thank You and you're free to do anything out of any training you've ever done with me. So you can shift, you can transform, you can contain, you can join each other, you can contrast each other, you can add on to each other's narratives, you can introduce narratives whenever you want. Try to keep it balanced between movement, sound, and movement and physical narrative so it just doesn't get too narrative-y. You're in a time, space, shape relationship. You're in the same world all the time, even though that world can be bizarre. Okay? Put yourself someplace to begin.
I send my chess piece to take your queen.
I send my first lover to cut your hair.
I send my messenger of peace with a false offer.
And I blow back a little bit of Africa to tie to your ankle.
I send my firstborn daughter to you as an offering.
And I return it with the exact hour of my death, which will give you a kiss and invite you to join me.
Oh, hi. I thought I was gonna, have to work all day. I didn't know I'd actually get some enjoyment here at the resort today. Maybe we could start with a simple massage. I'll just lay. Well, great. I'm really looking forward to this couple of days at the casino when I could, I just thought to start with a massage, something that I could really appreciate, a facial, mostly a facial. Really, I just need to just get the whole eye socket area loosened up and our lips,
I send you a sword. I send you a coffin.
I am dying.
Can I have some water? Would you like some antidote? Would you like a bed?
Poisoned.
Can we take you to a hospital?
I
What can we do for you?
need
Can we sew you up?
emergency
Would you like a tube?
care.
Could we give you a bandage?
Need
Can we dress you up?
a heart
Or dress you down?
check.
Can we
Please
give you some more blood?
take
Would you like
my
that?
clothes.
Would you like an invitation?
Burn them.
What can we do for you?
Get them
Can we take you somewhere?
out
What would you like?
of
Oh,
this
oh,
place.
I once had friends. I once knew how to talk to other people with my whole body. I would move not only my mouth, but the internal organs would also wave and bend and bow to show how much I had to learn from them.
I send you a sword. I send you a sword that will wipe out the colony of the infected. I take them from heaven, I send them to hell, I burn them between deep twigs in the forest, and they shall be forever damned.
I return it to you. I have no use for it. Take it away. I don't want any more things. I have enough to keep me busy. I'm so busy with all the things that I have. There's so many things in my life, and there's so many, and they all keep coming towards me, and I would just like to send them away, get rid of them, take them out, let the birds take them like string, let me be unraveled. Oh, take out everything, take out the organs, take everything, take it out, take it out.
Thank you. And that's the name of this score.
So we're showing you different renditions of the open score. And because our intention is to show you how different they can be, although you're seeing the same people doing them all, so there's always the similarity of them. But each improvisation can be very, very different, even though, because there are no rules here. It's just an open landscape, and these folks can make anything out of that landscape that they choose to. The interesting thing about an improvisation, especially, you know, a fairly short one like these, is that within the first, I would say, 5-6 minutes of the improvisation, elements appear spontaneously, but then the skillful performer remembers what these elements are as they proceed into the improvisation, and so that affects everything that they do thereafter. We have this expression that improvisation is like walking backwards. You know where you've been, but you don't know where you're going. But where you've been affects where you're going. It affects how you move into the unknown. So with that in mind, every improvisation inherently has to be different, because different elements appear right in the very beginning. So we'll see how Cassie and Heather and Stan build on this idea that I just described to you.
Am I supposed to be forgetting?
I mean, even something as simple as their spatial arrangement right now, which is the 2-in-1 arrangement, may appear again in this improvisation.
Is it a cultural contribution? Is it a personal transformation? Is it a community service kind of thing? Is it a...
So energetically, they're feeling each other right now and building up. They're peaking. And then we'll see what happens.
A civil act of aggression?
Well, this was great. So the peak didn't build, and then what? But it moved into a whole different territory, which with Cassie and Sten now playing very different roles, and Heather transforming hers. I'm supposed to laugh. Here's a response. This is a secondary shift. Cassie and Sten are secondary. They hear Heather saying, I'm supposed to laugh. And that's the scene that comes out of that. Right now it's a little wobbly. I'm not sure everybody knows what's going on at this moment. They're playing musically with each other. They're playing with time and space and shape. And as far as content is concerned, I don't know. It's okay to not know. That doesn't mean that the improvisation is necessarily floundering. It's just that it's moved into a different realm of human expression, or the human condition, which in this case can be a very abstract, musical, more of a realm of spirit than a realm of concept. And that's okay as long as the performers feel good in there. Unfortunately, with less practiced students, when they find themselves in this kind of empty screen, their panic sets in, and so therefore nothing happens. There's like this freeze and fear and anxiety. But with practice, when the screen empties, it's actually a very welcomed, gifted moment.
In a box. And I can't.
Because the experienced performer knows that if they go with that, then more with that kind of things will surface. It does.
Perfectly.
So what these three did was they stayed with that more poetic, kind of vague experience. And then something grew out of it.
But solid.
And everybody's happy.
As stone. There is air.
Everybody's having
But it's
a
solid.
good time in this world of surprises.
And touch. Touch. Yes. There is touch. Touch. Correct.
So Cassie's picking up on the touch cue. Heather's sensing it. Sometimes you don't see what's going on behind you, but you feel the change in climate. And that's enough for you to live with. So just feeling the climate change is as much as a pleasure, is as much of a pleasure as actually hearing somebody talking about some ideas behind you. Everything gets quite delicious in a certain level of mastery.
We can do to please her. Oh. 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 Oh.
The thing about Cassie, who's on the left, is that she speaks so eloquently with her body. She knows. She has this inherent sense. If she could never talk again, God forbid, but if she could never talk again, Cassie could say almost anything that she would desire to say with her physical actions. So I love when things like this happen, where the improvisation becomes this is a physical frame that they're all engaging in until it stops. Now, from my point of view, it could have gone on even longer. I have great patience with those kinds of things. I'm fascinated with them. I love to watch them. I love to watch how every single moment is independent and yet congruent with every other moment. That fascinates me. Unfortunately, performers, unless you're very well seasoned, there's an impatience with that. It's almost as if, okay, we know what this is, okay, we've done this, okay, what's coming next? Rather than, this is my world and I don't know what it is and I'll never know what it is, which is another kind of improvisational mantra, is that we never want to know what anything is. As soon as we know what it is, we're finished with it, basically, because then it becomes it becomes very packaged at that point, because then we're just following what we know what is. So there's always this sense of wonder.
Thank you. And that's the name of this score. So this is an open score. So you can shift, you can transform. You can copy each other, you can add on to each other's narratives, you can add a new narrative. A frame that you introduce can be a movement frame, a sound and movement frame, a physical narrative frame. You're going for contrasted frames. You can add on to each other's narratives, so that kind of weaves the content through. You're in a spatial relationship, you're in a timing relationship, musical, dynamic relationship, shapes. Everything in the practice comes into this score. Okay? Okay.
Stay very still, so you won't see the tracks. It's almost on to us. I was just gonna say that I have this nagging feeling something is required of me.
He's very close. He's tracked us all the way through the desert.
But I'm not sure what it is.
And in the woods.
Is it forgiveness?
He's only feet away.
Do I need to forgive?
From discovery.
Or is it forget?
Very close.
Am I supposed to be forgetting?
Very warm. Colder. Colder.
I know it's something. I know I'm being...
Cold.
cultural contribution? Is it a personal transformation? Is it a community service kind of thing? Is it a memory? Do I need to remember something?
I don't know.
A simple act of friendship? Do I just need to be somebody's friend?
I don't know.
And if so, who? Who?
I don't know if it's...
Oh, I'm supposed to love! Oh, love!
What a difficult thing. We're constantly moving towards, but moving away. Towards and away. Towards
Away from me. Stay away. Stay. I've got myself in a box. And I can't be touched.
Yes, a box.
I can't be contacted.
Correct.
I'm safe. Perfectly at home.
Touch.
In my box.
That's right. Touch.
Made of
Touch. Touch.
air.
Air. Correct. Yes.
But solid
Right.
as stone.
There is air.
But it's solid.
Touch. And touch. Touch. Yes. There is touch. Touch. Correct.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
She wants us to do something. Do you know what it is? I know she wants us to do something. Do you have any idea at all what it is we can do to please her? Oh.
I've finally caught them. After 20 years of searching, I've finally really got the tracks really warm. And I was right. I was right up on them. They were mine.
Stay there, you still
He doesn't know we're here. He can't see us. He can't imagine that this is where we live, right in front of him the whole time. Oh, poor him, doesn't know love.
It didn't take more than a heartbeat for Cassie and Sten to respond to Heather's tone. Sten was the first one that raised his arms. Cassie could see that. Heather could see Cassie and Sten. So they're going to build into this for a while. So Sten just made a slight change, which was a little too soon for my patience. I could have stayed with that other beautiful toning for a lot longer before it started distorting and disturbing as it is right now. But that's preference. I have a lot of patience. And my sense is that when I stay with something long enough, it's not because I'm telling myself, oh, I'm going to stay with this long enough now, but because I fall in love with it. And I know that I haven't gotten to the bottom of it or the end of it or the, it's as if I'm swimming through a tunnel and I'm enjoying the tunnel so much that it's not about when the tunnel is going to be over, when I'm going to be through this tunnel, what's on the other side of the tunnel. I'm loving being in the tunnel. Now, sometimes we've seen people performing who love being in their own tunnel so much, but we're not in the tunnel with them, and they lose us as audiences. So that takes a lot of trial and error. How can I stay as a performer in this tunnel of love, I want to say, and trust that if I'm 100% dedicated, if the music and the shaping and the energy is clear in it, that both the audience and myself are collaborating in a sense on this journey. I never think that I'm doing it by myself when I'm with an audience. I'm in a vortex that all of us in the room energetically are collaborating in. Not everybody, there are people in the audience that have different kinds of mind streams and might be distracting themselves in some other way, but can't worry about that. You have to learn to trust yourself, and that takes time. That takes falling on your face, a lot of embarrassment, a lot of shame, many, many, many awkward improvisations.
You're on the spot. You're about to testify.
But here you'll see these three seasoned improvisers willing, for the most part, to stay with little scenes, like this one right now.
The jury, including us, the muses.
Perfect timing. Sten felt their end, and he just slipped right out from between them, creating another reality. You think it was staged, but it ain't.
Spread themselves apart so we can get through. The pathway is no longer obscured.
I can see everything. I can see. I've been illuminated.
These three folks are part of a slightly larger group of about 12 people. that come to New Mexico and stay at my house for a couple of weeks, and we practice in the dancey yurt that I have on my property. And then they do a show in town here in Santa Fe. And this past summer when they were here, we always find every summer that they come, we find a line of some sort of phrase or a tagline that kind of nourishes us for our whole time together. And the line that we found this time was, "Don't put butter on the butter." And you can see, so we practiced that for 2 weeks and really called each other whenever we felt like we were buttering the butter or stepping on the accelerator too hard or doing more than was required to be true to this situation that we're playing in. And you can see in situations, in this improvisation, if I see some buttering butter, I'll bring your attention to it.
To hear it beating so that I can put it back, if you know what I mean. It's just a little heart out there in the dark night by itself. If you know what I mean. Do you know? Do you? Or you? Or you? Is it you?
The pulsing rhythm is always delicious. The question is, how are they going to end this thing? Great. So we always say in this practice, there's no recovery. So something builds to a crescendo as that did. And so often when that happens, people kind of pant and gasp and don't know what to do next. I think we even looked at that at one of the improvisations on this film. But that was wonderful that another reality slipped right out from the bottom of it. And there they go. These folks know how to end, that's for sure. Good one.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. Best.
falling. princes, all my queens are crushed by my fall.
Harold, that means you. We're speaking about you. Nobody else here. There was a witness. It's all about you. You were seen. One person is enough. That's all it takes. You didn't get away undetected. You're on the spot. You're about to testify. You're the sole witness. We're going to be questioning you. And the prosecution. And the defense. And the judge. And everybody is watching. Including you, the jury. Including us, the muses.
Look now. The forest has opened. All the branches have spread themselves apart so we can get through. The pathway is no longer obscured.
I can see everything. I can see. I've been illuminated.
I can hear.
My eyes have been open. I can hear
animals. I can hear animals talking now.
I can see through
I can actually hear people. I can actually hear animals on other parts of the world. I'm an animal communicator all of a sudden. I can talk. I can hear animals. I can hear animals talk. I can hear all the dogs down the street. I can hear all the hippopotamuses. They're talking. I can't control it. I've got so many voices now. These animals are coming in. I can't do anything at all.
I lost my heart. It's somewhere right nearby here. And I need quiet so that I can hear it beat. As I'm totally senseless outside of my hearing. I need help to hear it beating so that I can put it back, if you know what I mean. It's just a little heart out there in the dark night by itself. If you know what I mean. Do you know? Do you? Or you? Or you? Is it you? Who has my heart?
I'm falling from the castle. From the highest turret. I've lost all my... thrown myself down. Damsel falling. I've lost my banners and flags. I've lost my castle.
Good one. That was a good one. That was the best one yet. Now we have 5 people doing an open score. So that means what? What do you have to do differently with 5 people than with 3? Anything?
Join.
Join.
Copy. Pay more attention.
Pay more attention. You've just got more things to keep track of. Pause. You don't have to fill it all up because there are 4 other people that are also at the gas tank. Okay? Okay.
So this moment when we're standing neutral at the beginning of an improvisation, I always suggest, of course, everyone eventually finds their own way of being, what this means to them, how this serves them. What I suggest in the beginning is that in that very quick few moments that you're standing still, you sort of empty yourself out, relax, and at the same time, come into yourself, and at the same time, wrap your arms around your partners. They're the people sitting at your table, and your table does not exist without them, nor does the improvisation exist without you. So in that little flash of a neutral moment, you're relaxed inside of yourself, and you're sitting at the table with your guests.
Can change, of course.
So as I was watching them do this, I got just very interested in this little simple patterning that they're doing. Basically, they're playing with time, different rhythms, different speeds, and location. You can see that they're very sensitive to each other, these folks. And the more you practice this form, the more sensitized or sensitive you become to the context that you're in this case, the partnership. Because you do not have to worry anymore about what you're going to do. You're feeling your way through it, which is what they're all doing. They're feeling this experience. And also they're in relation to one another. Now the tension's beginning to build. And the way we know that is because the slightest little thing that any one of them does has repercussions. It's as if they're all connected by very tight wires. So if one of them blinks, everybody feels it. Not only do they feel it, but we know they feel it. So feeling things in secret is not what this practice is about. This practice is about sharing with your partners, with the audience, your moment-to-moment experiencing. That's ING, experiencing. So what your inner world is your story. And what you're improvising is your story. And what you're sharing with each other, your partners and the audience, is your moment-to-moment story, which is your experiencing ING. Now here they're all in the same frame, making this little parade. And sometimes it's extraordinarily satisfying when everybody agrees to play in the same frame. Now we'll see how they're going to get out of it.
Wouldn't it be nice if somebody just popped into that space? See what I'm saying?
See what she's saying?
Wouldn't that be nice?
That would be nice.
Can we go back?
Close to the marshmallow.
And it's close to the marshmallow. Like it stops, everybody's recovering, everybody's spaced out.
It's not that marshmallow isn't always bad, but here I am the teacher, and I know these folks. So we can always do marshmallow. That's always easy to like get all excited and enthusiastic. Here we are again. The energy's building. The energy's building. The thing stops. Why? We don't know. I don't really care why it stops. It stops. Then there's this moment of panic, and I'm saying, dive off. Let's see what happens.
1,000!
There we go.
I killed 1,000 whales.
So these exercises, remember, are practices. We're not necessarily looking for the most profound content as we practice, although as we practice more and more, the content becomes more interesting to us. And usually it's not actually what we're saying, but it's our relationship to what we're saying. So we might practice just this little thing that you just saw, where something builds, 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 it reaches a crescendo, it stops, dive in. We might practice that for years. You can see that Heather is listening very astutely to Sabina's monologue.
Keep it moving. See what's going on.
So the sounding came in on the very next beat that Sabina stopped talking. That very next beat is a very important moment. Not every beat has to be filled. Sometimes something can stop and everybody can hold that moment. For instance, before, when the marshmallow happened, there was the crescendo of that parade. The parade broke up, everybody was going a little bit wild in that frame, and then it could have stopped, and everybody could have just held that moment. Nothing needed to happen. If everybody was truly engaged in the stillness, in the vibration that they had co-created, rather than melting into this kind of amorphous marshmallow.
What you're saying.
Keep yourself back. Don't wander away from the crowd.
This is an example of primary, secondary. Heather has got primary focus there, and the four people in the back are taking a secondary position. They're forming a sort of an environment for her to continue in this frame. Their frame is creating.
We had to kill them.
So this refers back to that accumulation exercise that you saw earlier, where Sten is pulling up the thread of Sabina's original monologue about she killed 1,000 whales.
So we killed the first one. Out of joy.
So what's great about that accumulation practice is how it stimulates the memory. So we learn to remember all the different frames that get laid down in an improvisation, so that at any time one can resurface the content. The context that it resurfaces in is most often different than how it originated. But it's still, it's sort of threading the improvisation. So the improvisation turns out to be a mosaic eventually of all these different themes and sub-themes, and holds itself together in a cohesive way because we remember from the very beginning what it's about.
Pick up whatever nearby and make it into big, lethal things.
So here's a form that's repeating. This is the same form as earlier when Heather was in front and the four people were in back. Now Heather Harpham is in front and the four people are in back.
Now we have 5 people doing an open score. So that means what? What do you have to do differently with 5 people than with 3? Anything?
Join.
Join.
Copy.
Pay more attention. You've just got more things to keep track of. Pause. You don't have to fill it all up because there are 4 other people that are also at the gas tank. Okay? Okay.
Let's just keep playing with this walk and stop for a while. And the speeds of this and that can change, of course. Stay with that trio. Stay with that trio. Oh, never mind. Keep building up on that. Wouldn't it be nice if somebody just popped into that space? See what I'm saying?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be nice? Can we go back?
As opposed to the marshmallow.
And it's supposed to the marshmallow. Like it stops, everybody's recovering, everybody's spaced out, stoned, I don't know what you are. Pop into that space. It's an opportunity, it's an opening. So go back to that funny little parade.
I killed 1,000 whales. We needed them in the village. Otherwise, we would have perished. It took us a long, long time to gather the meat ashore. We did not have enough boats, so it took us for days and days without end to pull in the meat.
Keep it moving. See what's going on.
Stay behind me.
back. Stay behind me. I can't protect you if I can't see you. Hold hands. Stay together. Know the person who's next to you. Memorize their face. So if you see them again, you'll remember them. We don't want to lose a single person.
Detail those arms, Heather. The arms, detail them. Connect them to what you're saying. Connect them to what you're saying.
Keep yourself back. Don't wander away from the crowd. Stay connected to one another. If the bonds break, you'll be lost. Floating. We won't be able to see you. It'll be too far to throw a life raft. It'll be too far. I won't be able to swim. I won't be able to save you. Just stay back behind the line. If you just stay back behind the line, I think I can keep you safe. But if you keep leaning out towards the edge.
Somebody pick it up.
1,000 whales! We had to kill them. Or else we would perish.
Check each other out.
The whole village would have died of hunger. So we killed the first one out of joy. The second, third, and fourth we killed out of recuperated life. And the ones after that we killed just for the hell of it. As it was so good to take those big animals down. 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 Down.
Pick up whatever nearby and make it into big, lethal thing.
I might either coach you from the side, in which case you'll know not to stop, or else I'll come in and just interrupt the action and we'll just talk about that little
Sabina's doing
that
this
little
work
moment.
for as long as Heather
If I'm
has.
stopping an
They all started in the early 80s, I guess. Linda on the right is quite new at this. I mean, she's only been doing this work for maybe 5 years or so, 6 years. She's been a fast learner. And all the people on this tape, on this film, teach action theater in different parts of the world where they live. In this case, Sabina's in Berlin, Heather's in New York City, and Linda's in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Wonderful, soft breezes blowing. Birds in the air. Little yellow beaks opening wide for fat, brown, juicy worms. Lots of clouds, white.
Heather's demonstrating a wonderful example of listening and responding emotionally to the different images that Sabina and Linda are providing.
And the slight rain starting to fall, like pearls dropping.
She's also demonstrating level 1 and level 2, which we looked at an earlier exercise. Level 1 and level 2 of content, where the physical action and the internal experiencing are evident through the expression on the face and the action of the eyes.
I'm being held responsible for that? Oh, I'm being the one who is held up there on that mountain
We have a saying, if somebody tells you to do something, do it, rather than resist or try to think of something else. Go for it. Now, you know, that's not always appropriate, fun, or reliable. But for the most part, it's a good practice, especially for those of us who like a lot of options, don't like to be told what to do. But that was a perfect situation where Linda just accepted it and went into it. Nothing else was going on. So these three folks haven't worked together as much as Cassie and Sten and Heather. And you can see it's a little bit, their timing and their shaping and their spacing is a little bit more frayed at the edges. It's not as crisp or as clean.
I can't help you. I'm just a meager mortal. I can't help you. I can't effect miracles. I can't do anything. I can't make blood spurt out of my palms. I cannot make your hair grow back. I cannot make you beautiful. I cannot make you ugly. I am not a kahuna.
It was a fine day. She had left the house early in the morning, not knowing what would happen. She just wanted to go for a long, long walk, which would lead her someplace.
The last thing you want to see when people are doing when people are inside of improvisations is their process. The last thing you want to see is them, basically. You only want to be carried away by their becoming, the clarity of who they are moment to moment, rather than they're working the improvisation. That's the last thing you want to see. And with practice, that will be the last thing that's seen, because that won't even be seen, because something else is saturating the individual. They don't have to think about their process anymore. It's second nature. They know the world just like we wake up in the morning and we know our bedroom. It's the same kind of thing.
That was very nice. What was nice about it was that if any of you introduced a new image or a new concept, the other two would immediately build into that world.
It's true. That was obvious.
So even though you were playing different roles in these worlds, which I also really liked, you weren't really glomming on, what we call glomming on, where you do what each other's doing. But you were pretty much, most of the time, doing things, playing different roles in the same situation.
In the same scene, different frames in the same scene. I might either coach you from the side, in which case you'll know not to stop, or else I'll come in and just interrupt the action and we'll just talk about that little moment. If I'm stopping an improvisation, it's because somewhere in there you've stopped on some level. Then I feel that, then I come in and say, well, let's see what's happening. Okay?
Fine day today.
Wonderful soft breezes blowing.
Birds in the air.
Little yellow beaks opening wide for fat, brown, juicy worms.
Lots of clouds, white, gray, black clouds.
A little sheet of gray starting to fall in the distance, unsure whether it is going to reach the sacred flower garden.
And a slight rain starting to fall, like pearls dropping from the sky onto the ground.
And a giant yellow piece of lightning standing permanently against the background of a beautiful mesa.
responsible for that? Oh, I'm being the one who is held up there on that mountaintop for everyone to lay their baggage before?
Right.
Oh, okay, fine. Lead the way. We're going to get enlightened. Yeah. We're going to pass the buck to the big kahuna. Yeah.
What is happening now?
Apparently, there's a lot of traffic.
What is happening now?
There are groups of people who have different and conflicting ideas about which direction enlightenment lays in.
But I'm not a big kahuna. I can't help you. I'm just a meager mortal. I can't help you. I can't effect miracles. I can't do anything. I can't make blood spurt out of my palms. I cannot make your hair grow back. I cannot make you beautiful. I cannot make you ugly. I am not a kahuna.
It was a fine day. She had left the house early in the morning, not knowing what would happen. She just wanted to go for a long, long walk, which would lead her someplace that she would then be able to stay forever, she thought. Climbing over rock and rivers and trees and mountains and going through a tiny, tiny door through which she thought she might enter a new world.
Okay, so right there. That was very nice. What was nice about it was that if any of you introduced a new image or a new concept, the other two would immediately build into that world rather than ignore it or do something else. So even though you were playing different roles in these worlds, which I also really liked, you weren't really glomming on, what we call glomming on, where you do what each other's doing. But you were pretty much, most of the time, doing things, playing different roles in the same situation. I thought that was really wonderful. Okay, you're done.
Thank you.
This group of people come to Santa Fe every year, and we hang out in the studio together and see what's up, and then we take a little space in downtown Santa Fe. This is the rail yard, and this is time before the show when we're just getting in there, and everybody does their own kind of thing and their own way of doing it at this point. I tend not to lead warm-ups, even in classes. I figure by the time people get to train with me, they've already got their thing going. And before a show, especially this one, because I was participating in this one a little bit, I wanted to kind of lay off my role, except for right here, where I don't remember what I was saying here, but I'm sure it's just a few reminders. One thing that we were, one of our taglines for the week was, as for our practice time, was don't butter the butter. So I'm probably reminding everybody about that to just stay cool. Let the improvisation create itself. So this is a trio with Eric and myself and Heather Harpham. And the only thing that we knew heading into this was that we were going to hang out at this sofa. Each improvisation only had two prearranged pieces of information. One was who was doing what with whom, and the other was where the location was going to be. And I wanted to do that so that I could vary the lights, the lighting. I mean, this was a big dance studio, one of the worst kind of spaces to do a show in, because it's very hard to create fairy tales. And so I thought, I brought in all these lamps from home, and then I thought if we could really designate the areas, we would make each improvisation, we would hope that each improvisation would develop its own character and quality. The thing about an improvisation in the studio, you know, it takes a real kind of mastery to be able to, as you do one improvisation, and then you do another one, and then you do another one, and then you do another one, in order to really differentiate them so they're all just not smorgasbords of everything happening under the sun, and you leave the studio that day and you can't remember one from the other. But with a lot of practice and understanding, the improvisation kind of announces itself in the first few minutes. And you'll see this. I mean, we didn't know where Eric was going to sit. He probably didn't either until he found himself sitting down there. Heather entered and then took a lead from Eric and balanced the space, I guess, in her kind of way. And then I entered. And I found myself entering with this whistle thing. It sort of, when I saw them sitting on the bench and that strange light coming from that umbrella thing, it just became very moody for me, and the whistling was an expression of that mood. The rest of the room was fairly dark, and all I could do was get in between them. I mean, isn't that the invitation? So we're all seeing that this is starting right now to be, to have certain aspects to it. We all have our positions. There's a thing about wiggling in their seats, turning the heads. Once I started whistling, whistling had to be a through line for the improvisation. That's just how I work. Improvisation is like walking backwards. I know where I've been, I don't know where I'm going, but where I've been informs where I'm going. And so whistling is what arose, and whistling has to kind of contain this improvisation in some way. I don't know how I knew that. And especially then, when they started whistling, there was no backing out of that. Then I sort of found myself in this position between these two folks, between Eric and Heather, and I could sense sort of a discomfort from them, as you can see right now. Of course, we're all playing it out, you know, but behind every single play, there is that moment of truth when it does arise. So there it is. And this improvisation is all about, I mean, we're hardly doing anything, but it's just all about little shifts in posture, expression, timing, music. It's all about music. I'm convinced more and more that every improvisation is music. And if it's heard that way, if it's experienced that way, then it's sure to fly on some level. Because by experiencing the movement, you're not all involved in your process, what you're going to do, how you're going to respond, what does that mean? Instead, you're in this embodied flow, because that's where the music lives. So the content of this improvisation is kind of a merging of like very ordinary human gestures and looks and feelings and responses. And yet, we're being also quite peculiar. This isn't what you see in a living room, even though we're on a sofa. And it's that friction between the ordinary and the extraordinary, like that, for instance. I mean, how weird is that? That creates the thrill and lifts the improvisation out of the mundane and hopefully into the magical. Picking up little actions from each other, like the little hand actions here, Heather and I. Picking them up but not mirroring them, but bringing them into our world so they still resonate with wherever we are. But they touch each other. The actions sort of go from one to the other, to the other, to the other. Like that, Heather and I squirming to the edge of the seat, sitting parallel to one another. There's something visually strong in that kind of collection of elements, where we're all collecting the same elements, but still staying true to ourselves. I notice with students that there's a shyness as far as looking directly at each other. And that's one element that pops up in this improvisation. There it is. There it is. Eric's looking at me, I'm looking at him. It's part of the story. And the story, this particular story can't exist without it. And almost every improvisation in the action theater modality begs for this kind of direct contact. Heather started singing, and it has to be accepted. Everything that any of us does has to be accepted. Here I'm picking up Eric's hand jitter thing. That was a lovely moment. I loved it. I hated it, and I loved it. Well, it's interesting talking to you about an improvisation that I'm actually participating in, because it's very hard for me. I can never really, when I'm teaching as well as watching my students perform, I can never talk about their process, because what do I know? I can only see what it looks like and then talk about that. But when I'm in this improvisation, and here I am talking to you, I am talking about how I'm processing it, what my inner world is here with these two folks. And yet, when I watch the video, which you're watching right now, I learned so much about what they were actually doing. Like, here's an example where I don't know exactly what's going on back there, but I know that we're in this two-in-one thing, and there I'm cracking up because it was so funny, and I still crack up after all these years, which is good. So the job here of this improvisation was just to do very pedestrian or very ordinary. I'm not sure I even know what pedestrian means anymore, but very ordinary action. We weren't going to do anything. It became very clear in the first few minutes of this improvisation what the improvisation was demanding of us. So that's a moment where it could have gone on much longer for me. Obviously, I have a lot of patience for things of Eric presenting the pillow and Heather and I grabbing for the air. At least a dozen times, if not more, because you don't know where something is going to take you. If you just announce it, as it was done there, you know, I think it was 2 or 3 times, it was announced. It was like the headline. But we want to see the article. We want to see how the characters end up in the story. Do they go to prison? Do they go on a honeymoon? Do they, I mean, what happens inside of that story, rather than just saying, and the house was sold out from under them, headline. Okay, but then what happened? So staying with things is where the story really lies, not in the announcement, even though it was a little charming announcement. This whole ending part was certainly much more awkward than the original part on the sofa. And were I to redesign this whole improvisation, which of course you never can, you can only in hindsight see, I would have ended it with us just getting up off the sofa or ending it on the sofa. But this whole other stuff that's going on since we got up from the sofa is just doesn't have any ground to it to me. And it lost its power and it's lost its strength. But we got it and we got to deal with it. That's the thing about improvisation. Whatever happens, you have to deal with it. So it's almost as if another improvisation is happening here, and the wonderful sofa part is almost, this is almost Act 2. The sofa scene being Act 1, and now is Act 2, except we weren't building it that way, and you'll see it's going to be over soon because we were allocated a certain amount of time. And this is kind of no relationship really here. Just doing stuff. So who knows what's in the minds of each one of us? When we were on the sofa, there was a collaboration, a very strong collaboration of the minds. Here, I don't know what any of this means to any of us. Timing-wise, we found the ending there. Sten and Heather were given, they were assigned to work with each other, and they were assigned to be around these 3 lights. You know, they could have moved around, they could have done anything, but their location was somehow to be centered around those 2 lights. Heather grabbed these little clackers, and there they went.
Coming down more than you would expect.
This improvisation is all about time, tone, dynamics, and content. What is he talking about? I'm not asking that as a question, I'm saying that's the 4th element of this improvisation, is the story.
Imagine it dust-free. It's impossible to imagine that. But I imagine.
So Heather's choices of clacks is as much of the power, is contributing to the power of this improvisation as much as Sten's narrative. Very often we think that the narrative is the main event. But in this case, it's not. In my imagination, I've actually eliminated Sten and just heard
Imagine yourself
Heather's role in this, and it stands alone, as does Sten's. Neither of them were pushing in front of the other. Neither of them were bossing the situation. So as he's speeding up, she's maintaining, which is fabulous. He's depending upon her for that. And she hears the power of that relationship rather than succumbing to, now she's starting to roll into his dynamic.
That there's absolutely no
There's absolutely no dust. You get down to the bottom, and there's no dust. And you've been thinking this whole time, if I could just...
So he's picking up elements of her clacking, which means while he was engaged with this narrative, he was also clocking her choices as far as how she was going to make sound with those two little clackers.
Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe.
That they both chose right from the beginning to have this, how do you say this?
Maybe I would just wallow in the dust. I would just cover my body with the dust.
I know it's not quite stoic, but it's a severe kind of presentation as far as expression. And they stayed in this very severe kind of, a severe mode. In other words, again, the improvisation announced itself within the first few minutes. And they're not disturbing that, even though right here Heather is building up a lot of juice, earlier Sten did. Now the thing that I'm noticing about this is that Sten is the one that's really calling when the roles change each time. Now, that's okay, not a problem. If I were teaching them, I would instruct them to do it again with Heather calling the shots. Then I would instruct them to do it again with a more spontaneous choice making so that it's balanced. There's no problem with any of it as long as it's what you're choosing to do. Here I'm not so sure. It's a lovely ending. Endings are something that we pay attention to. Endings are often when things conclude. And that's okay, but not always. Sometimes we want to end on a question. Sometimes we want to end off balance. Sometimes we want to end in a moment of chaos. So endings are something that are endings and beginnings. When I used to do 5-month trainings, we would spend an entire day doing 1-minute beginnings. I think I've said before on an earlier part of this, one of these films, that Cassie and Heather live in New York and they work together. They've known each other since childhood. So they're very in tune with each other. Cassie comes from dance training, Heather more acting training. Heather's in the black, Cassie's in the red. And here they're both in the same frame, but of course playing it similarly, but not exactly.
You, Berlin. No, not Berlin. No, definitely not. Yes. Yes. It was. We were. I was. You. We. Me. You. And you.
In more of the elementary trainings in action theater, one of the rules that I ask people to adhere to is that we don't talk in the second person. We don't talk in the you. We don't talk about our partner. We don't blame them, accuse them, criticize them, love them. We don't do anything like that. We speak only in the first and third person. And I recommend that as a practice for those of you who are watching and are practicing. Because in earlier part, when you're just beginning to do this training for the first 4 or 5 years, when we start criticizing each other, it's kind of the easiest way out of a predicament, is to blame the other or question the other or anything. But at this stage, and myself as well, when I work with Bobby or whoever I'm working with, the you is okay because it's not identified with, nor does it require a reaction. It's kind of an archetypal you rather than a personal you. And I think these two gals played it that way. I can tell when it's played like that or not by how comfortable or uncomfortable I feel inside myself. And it's not that I'm adverse to feeling uncomfortable on improvisation. I love to feel uncomfortable if it's consciously done. If it's not the improviser being reactive, fearful, and going for easy shots, like blaming the partner.
Missing. No, I've got the, and the other, and the whole thing. Sense it. You've got my missing thing? My part? You think something's...
Both of these gals did the 5-month trainings with me, the 3-month trainings, and gazillion 1-month trainings, and plus all kinds of other stuff. And this is an example of reframing where Cassie's picking up her barrette, but the barrette becomes, it takes on a life of its own with power. As you'll see right now, well, it begins to turn on Cassie herself. There we go. And then Heather's in a very interesting position here, which I found myself in lots, and we all do, where you know your partner is getting all these laughs. You can't see what they're doing, but you have to maintain your position because the whole thing depends on that. If Heather were to turn around and look at Cassie, it would be like pulling the rug out from under it. And she knows that in some way. I think at some point she will get up. There she goes. So her saying you there to Cassie is not criticizing Cassie as Cassie, but she's taking it into another plane. Now we're in some village that Cassie was some character in.
Everyone's hair. Didn't you do that? And you took a few things when you left, didn't you?
So what made that turn of Cassie's funny? It had to do with the timing. It had to do with the way she physically positioned her body and her arms and her hands.
Right out of our throats. You put them in your little bag, and it was them, not I. No, never. Not you, me, not you, but them.
Okay, well, that was what I would call a save, because the you can only go so far. Either somebody has to get killed or somebody has to be made love to. I mean, that's why the you, for the most part, is so uninteresting. And so by Cassie turning it to them, then it took them out of that danger spot and led them to this charming little moment. So you can see that Cassie does have this way of enlivening, bringing to life some very ordinary thing as if it has its own personality and its own power. It's kind of not her doing it. She's being led by it. You can see that in her face. So that's reminiscent of the hair barrette. So again, the improvisation announces itself. We know where we've been, we don't know where we're going. So where we've been wants to re-announce itself from time to time in the improvisation. So the improvisation takes on its characteristics that aren't in any other improvisation. Ever, it's impossible. The thing is to be able to have your mind quiet enough so that you can notice these little elements as they appear and recognize them as part of the signature of the improvisation itself.
Are you sure? No.
It's like when you go to the amusement park, you're not going to the Sierras. When you go to the Sierras, you're not going to the Sahara. I mean, you know, the environment creates itself by providing its own peaks and valleys and rivers and landscapes. So here's another improvisation that sort of loses its steam.
When you wake up, you'll be in a different country.
At this point, and Heather saves it by bringing back the country, the different country, which again was reminiscent of the village. So locust seems to be a theme that runs through this improvisation.
Didn't I play with bear?
Heather has a really good talent doing that.
Didn't I stand under the moon with them and listen to the river go by? Didn't I?
A poetic bent.
Didn't I wake up?
Their cue was to get the lights off for the next one, so that's what they're building into the ending of this improvisation. I mean, that was one of their instructions, was to make sure the lights got off.
Didn't I? I did. Didn't I?
Nice time taken. On the screen, it doesn't capture the vibration in the room, but the room itself carries the vibration of everything that's happened in it. And the audience is sitting with that, as are the performers, if they can just quiet their mind enough. And to allow that time to be, to allow the space, the studio, the room, the space to add to the life itself of the improvisation, rather than feeling like you have to be solely responsible. So the score here was movement only, and this is a silent improvisation. And they had the whole room to work in. They weren't confined to any particular area. And I invited them to work in the whole room because so many of the other ones were more severely located. Now, the way Stan and Cassie communicate on this moment is quite terrific. Either one of them could have walked away, could have shifted into something else. Another rule that we have in the early trainings is no touching, no physical touching. And that started out because so many of my students way back in the 80s were coming from different trainings that were kind of all about physical contact. And so they'd come into my situation and be pulling that kind of improvising into the room when it just wasn't appropriate here, because we're really following content here, and the physical action is the manifestation of the content. So when they were bringing in the other kind of improvisations that are all about the physical aspects, then they were searching for content and trying to make it all fit, and it was too awkward and yucky. So anyway, so that role, and also because, again, it's like talking in the you or talking in questions. Sometimes when we don't know what to do, we start hanging on the other person, or pushing the other person, or pulling the other person, or massaging their feet, or dragging them around the room, or I'm sure you've seen a million renditions of sort of manipulating the other person. And so it became clear to me that we just had to like stop that for a bunch of years. And then when we came back into contact, physical contact, as right here, it has story to it. That Cassie picked up Linda's posture in, again, but in her own kingdom, was wonderful. So what does Linda do? I mean, obviously the main focus here is Sten trying to get his head. I mean, we do such nut things. Head in between Cassie's legs. What does Linda do there? So, you know, you could make a list of like 20 different possibilities of how she could play out that third position. The trio is very interesting that way because you find yourself in that third position so often, and it's such a gift. So the thing is to practice to see how to turn what could be uncomfortable into the gift of that moment. Sten does a brilliant little moment here. Again, he could have a million choices, but there he goes. And can you even talk about that? Can you even say what that means, and yet it's so perfect? So often I want improvisations to just stop for moments rather than filling. I think they heard some music from outside of the studio, and so they're responding to that. Cassie's a great middle woman. She really knows how to, she's the greatest partner you could ever dream of having. She accepts everything that everybody's doing. She's the glue in every improvisation. If you watch the improvisations, you see that, how she's always taking the roles that different people are playing and creating the vortex for them. And Sten had a great way of maintaining his persona here. Linda's almost in a little dangerous area right here. The improvisation is winding down. Cassie and Sten are sort of heading to the sidelines, to the exit. Linda's bringing up a new piece of content here, which is kind of looking afar. Once that happens, once you refer to something outside of yourself, outside of the improvisation, it has to be seen it was just dropped. It has to be resolved in some way. She's trying to resolve it. She's trying to tell them about something out there, but it was already too late in the improvisation. So once the improvisation starts winding down, yes, of course you can introduce something dramatically energetic, but it has to be resolved in its own introduction. So we did about, for this show, we did about, I don't know, 10 or 12 improvisations, but I've just picked some to show, to be on this film and to show you, in that they were quite different from each other. And so they were instructed to sit on these chairs, and Deborah, the filmmaker, brought in these lights at the last minute, and they looked so intriguing. And I thought that they would set up a very different kind of ambiance for an improvisation. And so here we go. And Sten and Sabina worked together in Berlin. They both live in Berlin. Sten's American, Sabina's German. And they do this street theater in very elegant little parks in Berlin in the summertime. They both dress in white clothing and find benches and to sit on. And they do these vocal, primarily vocal, verbal, some physical improvisation. So they sat this way. They started out this way, sitting very still and very silently. And at first, my heart was just so open to it. It was so wonderful, again, to just let the room be. Then I went on too long. And then I thought they were doing a number by making it so long. You know, they were playing the audience in some way. Everything has timing, and a long silence can't warm my heart anymore, but then it goes beyond an edge, and I feel like I'm being sort of worked. I don't like to be worked when I'm in the audience. So I don't know if that's true or not, but I did comment to them after this improvisation. Sabina started right now.
Cold.
The thing I love about Sabina's work is she really dives down to the bottom.
Cold. Cold.
Just the bottom of the content well.
Winter.
A train is going by. The studio is right next to the train tracks that run. This train runs right through Santa Fe, right next to the studio. And it couldn't have been more fortuitous that the train came just as they were doing this, sitting side by side with these odd kind of lights, almost like track lights, train track lights. And they had no choice but to have it be part of their environment. So you can see they're both on the, of course they both live in Europe and they're on trains a lot. I was very impressed with Sabina's train ride here. Since I don't ride on trains very much, I'm not sure I would have that kind of ability to mimic that. And Sten took a whole different kind of train response. The lights do a great thing to the angles of their faces. I loved that. The whole room was dark and that was all you saw. But it didn't feel pretentious to me. Sometimes these sort of exotic lighting situations make me uncomfortable. Again, I feel like I'm being worked. But this was too simple, and they weren't really manipulating the lights too much, which I was very happy about. They really were climbing inside of themselves in this atmosphere that the lights created. Climbing inside of yourself, that's the training. Climbing inside of yourself with all the balls in the air, the timing, the space, the shape, the dynamics, what the partner's doing, what I'm thinking, how I'm feeling about what's going on, what the story of the improvisation is, what are the rules of the improvisation. Am I supposed to stay silent? Am I supposed to talk? I mean, what's the container? And then knowing all that, that's the engineer. The engineer is the crafter, the designer, the script writer, the stage manager, the choreographer. And within all that, how far in myself can I reside? And how can I be free of myself at the same time? appreciate how long Sten will stay with something. Except for that beginning, sitting quietly. That was too long. But this is just wonderful. And they're both building together. Boy, do they hear the beats together. It's brilliant. So there's Sabina's manipulating the lights, but it's an expression. It's an extension of her feelings at that moment, rather than just manipulating the lights to create effect. Stayed small for a very nice long time, and then slowly built as it's doing right now. Sometimes they're landing on the same pitch, and sometimes they're just a fraction off, which has a great tone to it, that combination of sound. I don't know how intentional that was or not, but it suited me just fine. Well, that first cough was obviously not intentional, and then Sabina's decided to have that be part of her situation.
It comes out sometimes. It comes out here. Sometimes it comes out here.
They're pulling words from each other. So that the words destruct into sounds. The sound itself is giving the content, is supplying the content for those words. The energy, the way the voices are playing. How they do that. Love it.
It comes out of bones. It's been so cold. It's been so freezing.
This is the final improvisation of the evening, And everybody is going to peel onto the floor here eventually. And then the only instruction was that I wanted them to end in a cluster vocal. Now how they got there, you will see. And of course they had to, I guess, turn on the lights too. I can't remember that. We'll have to watch and see, but I think. And I remember something strange going on here, that people just didn't start feeding in. And so Heather was kind of left out there for quite a while before people started coming into the floor. And I appreciated that she just maintained, did her thing. These are all lamps for my house. Pretty nifty. Oh, and Deborah bought some lamps in too. They were all from home and homes. The first one that entered was Heather Harpham, and then in the red dress was Kathy. This is Heather Lundy. All these folks live in different parts of the U.S. and Europe, and they're all teaching action theater. That's Linda in front of Heather Harpham. So Heather entered and started this whole light deal, and so that was kind of the cue to for everybody to join it or not. These folks tended to join it. Eric introduced voice, probably knowing that the instruction was to end up in a vocal improvisation. Sabine and Stan are entering. That's the group. I love the shadows there. Everything makes a difference. A shadow, a location. You take a frame and you put it in the back of the space, or you do that same frame walking forward, or you do that same frame in the midst of the audience, or you do the same frame lying on the floor with your mouth to the floor. It changes the content. Try it out. So now we've got lights on and off and voice. We've got two elements that everybody's agreeing to play with. Keep your eyes on Cassie's eyes for a while. One of the exercises, you know, if you've looked at the exercise track on this tape, on this film, you know, we spend a lot of time with eyes. And by looking at her eyes, you always know exactly what's on her mind. Whereas you look at other people, even in this group, and their eyes are more vague. I say to students, the improvisation is your improvisation. It does not exist without you. So it's a world that you find yourself in. Every improvisation is a world that you find yourself in. Again, like you're in an amusement park. So you don't wander around the amusement park with this kind of stony look on your face or glazy eyes, unless you're medicated or something. Instead, there's what you're seeing is what your experience is. So one sight would create a different experience than another sight. So the content of the mind, of the aware mind, is always changing as the input changes. And then the input triggers internal responses from memory, from fantasy, from imagination. And so all that combined creates every moment of experience. So here's a situation where 6 people are in the same frame, and yet you look at their faces and they all have a slightly different relationship to that experience, which is good, which is how we are. We're humans. That's a very dangerous and stunning place that Eric's put himself in outside of the group. It's a very powerful place and it has an awful lot of potential. And you can either take that place and really build something onto the improvisation or diminish that spot. Here they were all heading towards the ending, which was to cluster and do a vocal improvisation to end the show. But had that not been the case, Eric then could have taken that powerful position and done anything he wanted. He could have possessed the improvisation at that moment. Oh, the many choices of how one feels after a performance. There were so many years when after a performance I would run backstage as soon as I could and lock the door because I felt so embarrassed by the way I was carrying on. And then other times I ran backstage because I couldn't
I just tell you my wishes.
Everybody's gonna forget most of it anyway. So it'll be fun to see the way.
Is this the way these are supposed to be?
Dream on. Keep dreaming on. Dream a little dream. Maybe we're all falling.
There is dust. It's coming down more than you would expect. It's blocking the vision. It's cracking up on the windshield. It's collecting itself into little balls and rolling out over the land. Imagine the land without dust. Imagine it dust-free. It's impossible to imagine that. But I imagine if you imagine, perhaps you could imagine what you could. So there's the land, and there's the dust. And it comes down when you're not looking, and it comes down when you're looking, and it comes down when you're off to the side. Imagine yourself out walking in the land over the soil, and the mud, and the trees, and the little chirping. And then right in front of you, right down in front of you, right down to the bottom of a hole, right at the bottom of a canyon, bottom of a place you've been going down into. You've been going down into a canyon, been going down into some deep hole, down into some crevice, some little crack in the canyon, some little crevice where the river's been running through. Down there, you get down there, and you get down, and you find out, you get down there, that there is absolutely no
There's absolutely no dust. You get down to the bottom, and there's no dust. And you've been thinking this whole time, if I could just find my way to the bottom, if I could just find my way to the earth, where the earth meets the air, where the earth gets together with the dust, then maybe I could find the beginning for myself. Maybe I could find the place that I came from. Maybe I'd feel connected. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe I would just wallow in the dust. Maybe I would just wallow in the dust. I would just cover my body with the dust. And I would think, God, thank God for dirt. I love the dirt. The dirt loves me. Together, the dirt and I, we are like one. I'm much like the dirt. I'm down, I'm low, I'm dirty, I'm mean, I'm low, I'm down, I'm dirty, I'm mean, I'm full of particles, swirling, moving, evil particles, mewling particles of dust.
Did you know that I was a mineral? Did you know I grew up as quartz? Did you know that I froze into a crystal structure in the blink of a millennium? And did you know that before that, I was nothing? Before that, I was absolutely nothing. I was D. U. S.
Let me think a minute. You. Berlin. No, not Berlin. No, definitely not. Yes. Yes. It was. We were. I was. You. We. Me.
You.
And you.
You and me, and you did all those things. And you got away with it.
No.
I never got away with anything.
No.
I was the one who was pulled in.
It was. Them, right there. Not me. Not you. Not us. Them. Those. Little. Those. Scheming. Desires. Demigods. Oh, you little tiny desirous deity. Playing with us.
You've lost something.
No. I'm all here. I just took an inventory. And I'm completely complete.
Missing.
No, I've got the other and the whole thing.
Sense it.
You've got my missing thing? My part? You think something's off? And I'm other? Is that it? Could you bring it back? Could I have this is gonna be good. I'm gonna feel so much better. I just have that feeling that you're gonna
into our village. I know you. Yes, you set the fires. Didn't you? You cut everyone's hair. Didn't you do that? And you took a few things when you left, didn't you? You took our songs. You took our songs. You pulled them right out of our throats. You put them in your little bag, and it was them. Not I. No, never. Not you, me. No, not you, but them. They did it. They took the song right out of your mouth, and they. You belong to this. This is yours. This is your heart. Just laying over there. I found it. Here. You don't want it? No? No? Are you sure? No? No? It's your heart. Look, it's so fierce. Such a strong, so delicate, so transparent, You won't miss it. You won't miss anything. You won't even remember this. When you wake up, you'll be in a different country. You'll have a new name. There'll be nothing to remind you. You'll just get a strange, vague sense of ennui. And you'll wonder, didn't I love someone once? Didn't I play with their heart? Didn't I have someone once? Didn't I stand under the moon with them and listen to the river go by? Didn't I? Didn't I wake up one night, all night, listening for the sound of their footsteps? Didn't I? I did. Didn't I? I did. Didn't I?
It's been a cold. It's been a cold, cold, cold. Winter. It's been a really, really cold, cold winter. Hasn't it?
It's been really good. 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 It's been really, it's been really,
Come on. It comes out sometimes. It comes out here. Sometimes it comes out here. Out of the elbow. And then out of the bones. Out of these bones. And then out of the hip bone. Sometimes out of the knee. Goes right in front and then goes into the earth. And goes into the earth. Sometimes it goes to the bones. To the bones. And bones. To the head. To the head. Into the sky. Just as a direct connection. Comes out.
Comes out of the bones. It's been so cold. It's been so freezing.
your life.
Dust. Bones.
That you were all reading each other, that after we stopped the first time, then this time, as somebody would take a narrative and the scene would build, then somebody would crash into it with something. You did it, first Sabina did it, then Heather did it, then you did it, and then Heather did it, the other Heather did it. So I like that. Some of them, there were cues before you actually crashed in. For instance, Sabina's, she was beginning to descend. Somebody should have come in sooner, okay? Or else, Sabina, you have to keep your voice flourishing in not fancily any way that you want, but it has to flourish. You can't let it, and then God, hope somebody comes in. You can't go to there. Okay, and then Then the next one was Heather. Heather, the reason why you know what I mean, because it became very stilted rather than that there were real people that you're telling them to get back, that stay behind me, get back there, so that we've got different things to look at rather than this. And then the next one was Sten's, and then everybody, it's like somebody would take the narrative, and then everybody, the four of you would fall into place in some way together. Somebody would take a narrative, the four of you would fall into place. So I thought that was sensitive, very sensitive to each other. What did you like about it?
Well, I wanted you to say something rather than just nice and we walk.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay, good work.
What's that?
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm on a train and I'm riding, 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 I'm riding, I'm riding, I'm riding, I'm riding, I'm riding the train, I'm riding the train.
Action theater is
transformation.
It's not just this.
It's like meals, or you go to bed at night.
It's when you are inhabited.
It's this. It's a lot to do with this.
I'm just going to tell you what action theater is. I'm just going to tell you.
It's
huge.
Action theater by somebody who's watching.
Is a physical theater improvisation, teaching and performing
if it's all
form,
working
shape,
really perfectly,
space,
it's like a
time,
cloud across the sky,
mood, developed by Ruth Zaporah,
heading into a storm.
You're aware of what you're doing, but you're not necessarily.
I'm on a train.
Over a 30-year period of time.
I'm on a train.
It keeps going, it keeps going, it keeps going.
Action theater is you speak and then perform. There's no charge for the train. It's going off the top. To the side, to the right, to the all of that. That is action theater.